Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Shairi Datta, Head of the Department of English. On behalf of the organizers and my colleagues in the department, Modulina Bauri, Dr. Rima Chakraborty, Jahira Hussain, and Shudipto Shaha, I welcome you to the 3-day online international conference on the theme of Histories of Slavery, Research Perspectives on Enslavement and Freedom, organized by our department in collaboration with IQSC, Surendranath College, University of Calcutta. We are glad to have with us participants from around the world, lending a truly expansive pool of ideas to draw from. We are equally pleased to have you all with us for what promises to be a stimulating conversation around themes of enslavement and freedom. We were overwhelmed by the sheer response to our call for papers and had an invigorating time reading all the abstracts that came with its own set of diverse and thought-provoking ideas and approaches. The conference schedule reflects the dynamic possibilities around the theme, which the presentations will surely confirm. Let us quickly go over the logistics for conducting this conference remotely over the next 3 days from the 7th to 9th of November, IST. The conference has been divided into 7 panels. Each paper presenter has been allotted 15 minutes to speak. Following the end of all the presentations in a panel, we will have a 15-minute Q&A session on the 5 papers or 6 papers combined. Kindly keep yourselves muted during the paper presentations and use the chat box to post your questions. Please note that the chat box will be open at the beginning of each technical session. We urge our audience to use the chat box only to present their questions for each presenter. Our esteemed chairs will moderate this segment of the conference. Paper presenters are requested to keep their video on during their presentations and while answering questions. Also note that the link to the feedback form will be available after the valedictory session at the end of the 3-day conference. The form will be available only in the chat box. We hope you have an engaging 3-day experience. I would like to now share a few words regarding the intention behind the theme of our conference. The conference has been conceptualized due to the persistence and utter relevance of slavery in its protein forms. It continues to make us ponder the contemporaneity of a category entrenched as it is in our everyday personal and institutional realities. It is not only because slavery persists in our present times, but also due to our negotiations with past instances of such injustices that we need to constantly examine this category. The conference is therefore an opportunity for us to grapple with the multiple nuances and incarnations that forms of domination have engendered. Our objective is to dislodge any fixities that the term slavery might suggest and to see its embeddedness across time, space, and cultures. A cursory glance at the conference schedule affirms the generativeness of our theme. The conference will therefore move from Harlem to Nepal, Portuguese Goa to the Fiji Islands. It touches upon slave narratives from the Indian to the Atlantic Oceans and moves on to the cinematic and lyrical responses to acts of silencing. The conference is also a platform to engage with the intersectional nature of counter-narratives to slavery. Caste, gender, and monoliths of knowledge and power are all embroiled in a conversation where slavery thrives only in relation to every other aspect of community life and global networks. This inevitable tension percolates to our very own pedagogical affairs, making us alert to our ingrained privileges. This conference is thus also an introspective moment for all of us to take the discussion out of our intellectual spaces to the domain of the public. The conference could be an occasion to question predominant hierarchies and reorient ourselves to being empathetic members of society. We at the Department of English, Surendranath College, are attentive to the diverse backgrounds of our students, which adds to the long-standing spirit of heterogeneous thinking of our public education system. The department has been organizing a series of extended lectures and student conferences with an eye on expanding the limits of interdisciplinary approaches to reading texts and grappling with issues of human rights. We see the current conference as an extension of that conversation. The conference is therefore an instance in interrogating forms of slavery a subject that continues to evoke passionate debate in our classrooms. Our students also have much to gain from the insightful research methods that will be on display over these 3 days and apply it in their own unique way. The department, being one of the disciplines of humanities, is cognizant of fault lines that perpetuates ever-evolving modes of enslavement and is committed to finding possible suggestions towards upholding ideals of freedom and social justice. We hope you will be with us for the entire duration of this conference and actively participate in the discussion sessions. And now it is my great pleasure to welcome our respected Principal Sir, Dr. Indranil Kaur, to inaugurate this conference and share with us his words of encouragement. Sir, over to you.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you, Sari, for your wonderful interaction. And hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Fine. So it is really a very interesting topic. Every time you are coming out with wonderful ideas, wonderful issues which are to be discussed. And I definitely believe that the students and the other associates are definitely getting more recharged, and their ideas are getting polished, and I should say it is getting a better touch every day. Thus, today I think 3 days topics which you have, it is stories of slavery, research perspectives on narratives of enslavement and freedom. I am not going to the intricacies of the slavery, what we can think, but what we can understand that, you see, in a human nature, it is all humans. We are actually, we do not have that wider mind and wider thinking of that everybody is equal and everybody can be encased in a system. What we think that we sometimes try to dominate over here and dominate over there and try to show that we can dominate. And that is how we feel that our pride is being, I think it is getting better every day with that of our small egos. And that may be one of the things, but the other perspectives of slavery, it is really very socially very much linked to the social activities and life. And slavery has been a really curse to the humanity for many years. I too believe that in these 3 days discussion, it will be really wonderful, and several ideas will be culminating in a point, and definitely we'll have a greater perspective and understanding about slavery at the end of the 3-day session. And I really am very happy, and I congratulate the entire Department of English for having thought about the subject and organizing such a wonderful 3-day conference. Thank you very much, and I wish the conference a grand success.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very inspiring and valuable words. I'm sure this conference all the presenters will take great sort of words of advice from you for this. And thank you for joining us today here. We are indeed honored to have you with us. This will definitely guide us towards a very thought-provoking and successful conference. I think now that we have begun with our inaugural session, we can begin with the paper presentation that we have, the keynote speaker, if he's prepared to deliver his keynote address earlier than 11:30. So, Titash Deshorkar, are you here?
Yeah, I am. Am I audible?
Yes. Do you think we can do your keynote address begin now, or do you want us to sort
Anytime you want.
Okay,
Anytime
so,
you want. Yeah.
Okay, you're good with the time then. Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
So I think without
Shairidi, just yeah.
Before that, just let me play the video of the conference.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. With that, I think we would begin with our keynote address. I would like to invite Titaj Desharkar and sort of introduce all of you to him. We are delighted to have him here with us. He's currently a fifth-year doctoral candidate in the Department of South Asian Languages and Civilizations, University of Chicago. He has also taught at the University of Chicago as a writing intern and has been a course assistant for humanities core courses in the departments of linguistics and cinema and media studies. His work focuses on 20th century representations of Bengali youth culture vis-a-vis contemporary global youth cultures, intellectually placed at the intersection of cultural studies, post-colonial studies, and modern South Asian history. Previously, he was affiliated with the Department of History, Jadavpur University, and Center for Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, as a student and researcher. Desharkar has contributed chapters to the Oxford Handbook of Global South Youth Studies, which was published recently, and to the 2019 Cambridge Scholars publishing title, The Nation and Its Margins, Rethinking Community. He has also curated a module for Shahapedia on Satyajit Ray and has written for Café Dissensus and Youth Ki Awaaz. He has chaired and presented in conferences organized by European Association of South Asian Studies, Annual Conference on South Asia at University of Wisconsin-Madison, and Annual Conference by South Asian Literary Association, among others. He was the program's advisor for the Summer Journalism Institute for Women, organized by Academe India in 2018 at the India Habitat Center, New Delhi, and co-organizer of the 16th South Asia Graduate Students Conference, University of Chicago in 2019. In Jadavpur University, he had also worked as a project fellow in the School of Media Communication and Culture. In Jawaharlal Nehru University, he was one of the coordinators of the Forum for Mutual Learning, a platform that promoted interdisciplinary research. He is scheduled to teach his standalone course at the University of Chicago in the winter of 2022 on youth culture in post-colonial India. I now invite Titash Desharkar to deliver his keynote address. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you for making time on a Sunday morning. I'd like to thank a few people before I begin. To begin with, I'd like to thank the principal of the college, Dr. Kaur, and then the entire faculty of the English department who have worked so hard to make this conference possible, and especially to Dr. Datta. Now, since we have quite a bit of time, I'm sure I wouldn't take as much time. I mean, surely it wouldn't go on till 1. So this is completely up to the organizers if they want to open this up for a Q&A session. I'm good with it, and we can have a discussion after the presentation. All right. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So this is from bonded to bonding, a conceptual response to slavery. One of the many intriguing aspects that the conference touches upon is imbued with a dark irony. At present, slavery is illegal in almost every country in the world. However, the deeply disturbing paradox is that currently the world has the most number of slaves than ever before. Okay, just let me know if you can just see the slides changing. You can see the next slide, right?
Yes.
All right. So the Global Slavery Index put the number at 40.3 million in 2016, with 70% of them being female and 1 out of 4 being children. As you can see on the screen, that is the paradox that we are dealing with, and the highly disproportionate nature of slavery, as it were, where 70% of the population are female, and they are under modern different kinds of slaveries that we'll get into very soon. And it is also, this is from 2016. After that, there have been quite a few changes in the yardsticks of the Global Slavery Index, and the number has gone up and up. So yeah, and India contributes at least 8 million to that number, making modern slavery one of the most palpable and yet disproportionately discussed theme in global as well as in South Asian politics. It is my firm conviction that the presenters at the conference would shed light on many such injustices that thrive in the interstices of societal prejudices, legal loopholes, and cultural articulations. So the current slide also shows the numbers that pertain to India, one of the most striking of which is the vulnerability to modern slavery, and more than half of them are vulnerable to some form of modern slavery, so 55 out of 100 people, and that's a staggering number to think about when slavery, at least legally, has been abolished in almost all the countries in the world. My intention today is to undertake a thought experiment that seeks to find a possible response to slavery. I would put before you a provocation, if you will, by juxtaposing the category of slavery with that of friendship, beginning with a discussion of their respective genealogical roots and ending the conversation in our present predicament. My claim is that the intellectual history of slavery and friendship are intertwined and responds to one another in ways that are deeply instructive. Often this relationship is obscure, and it would be my task in this talk to reflect on the deep connections between the two. To preempt any misgivings, I do not pose that friendship is the solution to end slavery, and it may not even be the most potent tool to fight the condition of servitude. However, as this talk would hopefully demonstrate, the ways in which friendship have been conceptualized in the past has opened the possibility of pitting it against some of the foundations on which a range of modern slavery is built upon. Slavery and friendship, a modern paradox. One of the seemingly obvious ways in which friendship poses the biggest challenge to slavery is by establishing itself through unconstrained freedom. The very condition of friendship is the choice that one possesses to enter into such a relationship out of one's own volition. This is the fundamental antithesis to any conception of slavery where one is forced to provide their labor through coercive means. The power of free choice is precisely what sets friendship apart from any other amicable relationship that one might have with their neighbors or co-workers. James Carrier has referred to the works of Marcel Mauss, to Abercrombie, Hill and Turner to show that this conception of voluntary action is tied to what they call the independent individual, contra ideas of enslavement. And this independent individual is iconic of the rise of a capitalistic order in the 17th and 18th century Europe. In this morally charged theorization of friendship, with the European society coming out of the feudal order, where interpersonal dynamic was mediated largely through self-interest, relationships in the emergent and impersonal cities among unknown beings were relatively predicated upon spontaneous and affective sentiments. These ideas emanating from the Scottish Enlightenment and in the works of Ferguson, Hume, and Smith, therefore poses the free individual against structural constraints of the previous centuries. Unfortunately, for the likes of Adam Smith, who were propounding the idea of a free individual capable of forming voluntary friendships and thereby overcoming some of the societal restrictions, 17th and 18th centuries were also the high noon of transatlantic slave trade. As the table shows, more than 8 million people were transported as slaves by the major European countries to South and North Americas. So as you can see, the graph really goes up in the 18th century, and it comes down only around the middle of 19th century, and that number is staggering if you think of the population, the world population back then. So any ideas of individuality choice could seriously be questioned with the transatlantic slave trade. The capitalistic system that made possible for the upper and the middle class European males to freely choose their friends was propped up on the backs of African slave labor. This reality of the world economic order does two things. First, it removes any false notions of European civilization championing a state of relative freedom post-Enlightenment. Second, and perhaps more relevant for our current discussion, is that it brings together the two concepts that are under scrutiny. Slavery and friendship no more seems to be wholly distant from each other in their modern incarnations. In fact, they are the two byproducts of the same economic structure, that of capitalism. The above criticism does not imply to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Freedom is an elementary aspect of forming friendships. It is antithetical to the principles of bondage, and we must exercise it in order to uphold basic human rights. The necessary revision is against terming every other kind of non-modern and/or collective companionship that is not formed between two individuals as non-autonomous enough, and by implication made under duress. So any kind of friendship or collective associations which are not formed between individuals have a tendency to be called as sort of non-modern in this kind of Enlightenment paradigm. For the rest of the talk, I'll refer to three moments from 20th century India that goes beyond the monolithic understanding of friendship and discuss how each of them address different forms of what they consider to be modern-day slavery. It would be helpful to remember that in all these instances, I do not aim to create any binary between Western and Eastern schools of thought, or that between the global North and South, while ideas do emerge from specific contexts of time and place, it percolates across borders, interacts with other worldviews, and responds to injustices like slavery that is nothing but cross-cultural and global in its existence. It is also because of the reality that even though this kind of first world European assertion of individualistic choice-based friendships, we also see the reality is that often friendships would be a very communitarian collective process. So even in the first world, this kind of theorization could be challenged. And that's why this binary between the first world and the third, or the global north and south, doesn't exactly work. Anyway, so moving on. Ambedkar, slavery and fraternity. My first instance of how friendship can resist acts of slavery is Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's ideas on fraternity. In his speech on 3rd October 1954, translated into English later on under the title My Philosophy of Life, Ambedkar explicitly says, and I quote him, "Positively speaking, philosophy of my life has been materialized in 3 words: liberty, equality, and fraternity. This is not to be understood that I have borrowed this philosophy of life from the political revolution of France. I emphatically tell you that I have not done that. My master Lord Buddha's teachings lent me that philosophy, which I have accepted." End of quote. Clearly, Ambedkar is staying well clear of imposing ideas of fraternity from another continent onto his own. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that Ambedkar's lifelong struggle against the acute experiences of slavery of the Dalits and the depressed classes in India was founded upon conceptions of fraternity. In the same speech, he says, and I quote him, "I would like to hold fraternity as supreme, because in the event of liberty and equality being disobeyed, the very fraternity itself would prove to be the protector indeed." End of quote. The we feeling that you see on the screen as well, that friendship brings, is to him that instrument that would resist the unequal and subjugated world. Ambedkar's seminal work, The Annihilation of Caste, helps us to move away from another binary, that of capitalism and socialism. He fails to find an answer in socialism about the motivation that would drive the proletariats to come together and seize power. He proposes that, and I quote him, "Other things being equal, the only thing that will move one man to take such an action is the feeling that..." Hello, am I audible? Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I think you
you're
muted yourself for a
Oh
second
no,
there.
yeah, I'm sorry. I'll start
For a
again.
second, yeah, you can begin with the
Yeah,
speech.
okay. So he's saying that other things being equal, the only thing that will move one man to take such an action is the feeling that other men with whom he is acting are actuated by feelings of equality and fraternity. Men will not join in a revolution for the equalization of property unless they know that after the revolution is achieved, they will be treated equally. 3 things strike us from such a conceptualization. First, it is through fraternity that Ambedkar is channeling an affectual resistance, an aspect that he sees missing in socialism. Second, treating the other person equally can only come about with feelings of friendship. In other words, it is impossible to break vertical hierarchies without sharing the same horizontal plane that only bonding could activate. Finally, he is bringing that one man we have encountered in Scottish Enlightenment to the fold of a mass resistance. And this is done not only by not forsaking friendships between individuals, but by making fraternity the very watchword to forge such resistances against bondage. Here, Ambedkar is moving from a fight against contemporary societal bondage to a much deeper one. And I quote him, namely, the mental attitude of the compatriots towards one another in their spirit of personal equality and fraternity. End of quote. Slavery from the institutions can never be removed if it is prevalent in the prejudices of the mind. Friendship, if genuinely felt and exercised, would pave the way for social reform. This is an observation that goes beyond colonization and capitalism and emphasizes the caste distinctions as is practiced in the subcontinent from ancient times. Ambedkar posed a scathing attack on Hinduism in a reply to the Mahatma, because he believed that slavery was a cornerstone in its functioning. He said, a good, and I quote him, a good Hindu there cannot be. The best of men cannot be moral if the basis of relationship between them and their fellows is fundamentally a wrong relationship. To a slave, his master may be better or worse, but there cannot be a good master. A good man cannot be a master, and a master cannot be a good man. End of quote. For Ambedkar, a good man is someone who would treat his fellow men as his friends and equals. To put it differently, genuine friendship cannot blossom between those who uphold casteism and the master-slave relationship that it nurtures. Let me transition to a very different ideation of slavery with the words of Ambedkar himself. Unpacking the nuances of what the category of slavery entails, he said, and I quote him, "Slavery does not merely mean a legalized form of subjection. It means a state of society in which some men are forced to accept from others the purposes which control their conduct. This condition obtains even where there is no slavery in the legal sense. It is found where, as in the caste system, some persons are compelled to carry on certain prescribed callings which are not of their choice." End of quote. I wish to highlight two phrases and one word that would be pertinent for us to keep in mind for the next section. That is, control their conduct, prescribed callings, and choice. Hungry movement, intellectual slavery, and everyday friendships. The first information report, or the FIR, of the Calcutta Police on 2nd September 1964 states thus, and I quote from that FIR. "I, Sub-Inspector Kalitinkar Das of Detective Department, do hereby lodge a report that following up a credible information that an obscene, unauthorized Bengali booklet entitled Hungry Generation is in circulation, collected a copy in which on scrutiny it was found to contain obscene passages in the contributions of different writers. From the facts disclosed above, it is clear that the accused persons entered into criminal conspiracy to bring out the aforesaid obscene publication. I therefore prefer a charge against the accused persons under sections 120B and 292 of the Indian Penal Code." So just notice how many times the word obscene features in just these few sentences. Anyway, part of the charges specifically against Molloy Roy Choudhury, who is the founder of the movement, read thus: "The poetry captioned Prachanda Baidutik Chutar, or Stark Electric Jesus, by Molloy Roy Choudhury was found obscene, and the Director of Public Prosecution West Bengal, being consulted, suggested prosecution of Molloy Roy Choudhury." Now, Roy Choudhury was one of the founding figures of the Hungry movement. Based on possibly the first FIR that was filed in independent India on grounds of artistic obscenity, which I quoted above, Roy Choudhury was arrested in 1965 and was only cleared of all the charges after a prolonged court case that lasted for 2 years. At the core of this Hungry movement was the desire to expose the mindless slavishness to a sanitized and ornamental style that these poets had observed within Bengali literature and in the society in general in the 1950s and 60s. If the hunger of the mainstream culture was so deplorably exhausted, disappointingly subjugated to the conventional tropes of writing, and embarrassingly out of touch with contemporary traumas, the Hungry poets sought to infuse in it the vitality from the common culture to resuscitate it. This was done majorly through the use of colloquialisms, narratives of survival, and highly provocative writings around the desires of the body. Unlike many of the middle-class Bengali literatures of the time, most of the young Hungry poets were affected by the partition and the consequent trauma. Although Roy Choudhury hailed from the great family of Sabarna Roy Choudhury, who were the landlords of Calcutta before the arrival of the British East India Company, yet by the turn of fate, he grew up in the most unenviable place called Daryapur in Patna, Bihar. Saileshwar Ghosh was born in the Bagura district of East Bengal. Later on, he started living in Netaji Colony in Boranagar, along with Subhash Ghosh, who was another member of the movement. Basudev Dasgupta and Shubho Acharya came from Faridpur. Pradeep Chaudhary was also born in the Kumila district of Bangladesh. Arunesh Ghosh, another member from the Khudarto phase, which was a slightly later phase than the Hungry movement, was born in Kuch Bihar. Shubimal Basak and Abani Dhar belonged to the lower castes, while Haradan Dhara, who goes by the name of Devi Roy, was one of the rare Dalit poets of that time. These young poets, therefore, had to struggle for their place in the city from early on, which gets reflected in their politics and writings based on it. Coming from the other side of the border and living in squatter colonies or migrating from a neighboring state, their economic standard and supposed lack of cultural capital barred them from hallowed literary circles of the Bengali middle class Bhadralok. It is in fact in the act of becoming friends that these youths from diverse backgrounds created a united front in resisting creative slavery. The Hungry movement boasts of an archive of poems, paintings, and articles. However, I will focus on the series of manifestos that the movement had come up with over their very short existence of around 4 to 5 years. The very act of publishing manifestos indexes an urge to fight a normative master culture. It is by closely reading these manifestos that we will try to understand the precise nature of cultural and intellectual subjugation, the kind of literary and moral code that they felt forced to adhere to, and the manner in which these marginalized men sought to resist such overarching prescriptive diktats. More broadly, we will notice how the newly independent nation was discriminatory towards sections of the population, despite its promises of freedom of choice, equality, and social justice to its citizens. Excuse me. Okay. So, what you are seeing on screen is the very first manifesto that was published, and this is the actual photo of the manifesto. I'm not going to quote anything from this manifesto. I'm going to quote certain other things from the manifestos that came up later on, but this is the very first one, and yeah, that's the photograph of it. Anyway, so formally, the first manifesto broke the structured monolingual situation of the Bengali literary scene. Originally in English, the manifesto declares the principle of writing of the hungry poets, and I quote from the manifesto: "Naturally, we have discarded the blankly blank school of modern poetry, the darling of the press, where poetry does not resurrect itself in an orgasmic flow, but words come up, bubbling in an artificial muddle. In the prosed rhyme, you must fail to find that scream of desperation. Poetry has been cryptic, shorthand, cautiously glamorous, flattered by own sensitivity like a public school prodigy. Saturated with self-consciousness, poems have begun to appear from the tomb of logic or the bar of unsexed rhetoric." End of quote. Now, what is interesting in this passage is how the movement have marked what constitutes the domination of mainstream literary productions. It is not the individual authors per se. It is not even the usual themes that became tired with repetition. What the hungry poets considered to have wrongly captured the minds of the readers are the formal elements. The very method of writing was challenged, irrespective of the person or the theme at hand. This is a much deeper criticism of intellectual slavery, a creative oppression that cannot be resisted simply by disowning a handful of authors. Instead, what was required was the kind of provocation which the writings of the hungry movement consciously engaged in, which was meant to alter the structural foundations of Bengali prose and poetry, or in their own words, and I quote them, to displace the sequencing and interrelatedness of the words that were placed next to each other for so long, end of quote. So as you're saying, these are all formal criticisms of what existed when they're talking about a cryptic shorthand kind of writing or words that are placed in a sequence and so on. Another aspect of the Hungry movement in their quest to upend the conventional uh, was to initiate new modes of analyzing the self. What is noteworthy in the manifestos uh, that was simply titled The Manifesto of the Hungry Movement, that was just the title of that manifesto, addresses their individuality but is expressed under the aegis of a collective movement. The objectives as is put forth in the manifesto state, and I quote from the manifesto, the pure discovery of my own ego, to present myself and my every something in every way possible while the poem is ongoing, to arrest myself in the poem exactly in that moment when due to any reason I am shattered, thereby exposing my inner self, to challenge every single value with my ego and thereafter accepting or rejecting it. End of quote. This takes us back to what Elliot Deutsch said and was referred to later by Bell and Coleman, who said the primary condition of friendship is personal autonomy involving authentic self-making. So just to kind of clarify how ego is kind of being used here, it is definitely not in the everyday sense that we use ego as in a hyper form of narcissism, but there is definitely a streak of narcissism, but more of a developing of the self that even the word features so much in the manifesto. The self constantly keeps on coming. Jonathan Parry too alluded to this when he said that freedom aids in the development of the self, which in turn assists in making friends based on one's own choice. For our purposes, it is instructive to see how a group of marginalized youth were collectively seeking to find their individual selves. It is as if, through this deeply introspective mode of developing the self and making their distinctive selves public through paintings and poetry, that they would attain the much desired freedom from middle class herd sensibilities. As the movement reiterated in another manifesto titled Manifesto of the Hungry Generation, and I quote, the merciless exposure of the self in its entirety, to present in all nakedness all aspect of the self and things before it, to catch a glimpse of the exploded self at a particular moment, to challenge every value with a view to accepting or rejecting the same, not to take reality as it is, but to examine it in all its aspects, and finally, personal ultimatum. So you are seeing like how this kind of objectives seep from one manifesto to the next. I mean, there is very kind of similar kind of emotions being communicated. Anyway, end of quote. And yet, this self-making and analytical alertness against subjugating oneself to meaningless doctrines of society, religion, and politics was only possible in an environment of like-minded friendships that had developed organically out of shared plight and discrimination. Friendship was thus intimately tied with hopes of liberation. To counter the domination of the local literary elite, the poets of the Hungry movement formed deep friendships with another group of poets across continents, with the members of the Beat generation in the US. Allen Ginsberg, along with Gary Snyder and Peter Orlovsky, spent a considerable period in India in the early 60s and regularly interacted with the hungry poets and painters in Calcutta and Benares. These two communities of poets in India and in the US had regular interactions between themselves through letters and cross-publications of original and translated poems after Ginsberg left the country. It was Ginsberg who made sections of readers and publishers in his home country aware of these hungry poets, wrote letters to artists and politicians when Molloy Roychaudhuri was arrested, and raised funds to fight the court case. The works of the Hungryalists, the Hungry movement also called themselves the Hungryalists at times, appeared in City Lights Journal 1, 2, and 3, published between 1964 and 1966, which was edited by Lawrence Ferlinghetti, and in special issues of American magazines such as Clacto Widelspin, edited by Carl Weisner, Salted Feathers, edited by Dick Batten, and in similar other periodicals. There was a host of magazines that I'm not getting into, but this cross-publication was really, really abundant in that very few years, or 2, 3, 4 years. This tactic of cross-cultural friendship turned out to be extremely fruitful, as these poets found their peers when they were practically treated as intellectual outcasts in their own city, It is widely known how many of the beat poets were fighting to protect their queer identity against the ruthless regime of J. Edgar Hoover. The hungry poets, on the other hand, lost their jobs as teachers in the colleges and universities of West Bengal when legal proceedings began. Sunil Gangopadhyay accused them of being filthy in the name of literature. Bimal Roy Chaudhuri equated them with thieves and murderers. Lakshmi Narayan Mishra, a professor at Delhi University, wrote that the hungry poets have brought utter shame to the country that had disturbed ideas such as disturbed ideas such as theirs, and are responsible for incidents like the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. So you can see the kind of radical protest that came from the conventional/mainstream circles. These were the deeply conservative, prescriptive condescension that the young poets refused to slave for. Through their consciously sensationalistic writings, the hungry movement contested the unthinking, repetitive, and unquestioned loyalty that slavery breeds. Pinchra taught patriarchal slaveries and acts of solidarity. The hungry movement, in their overzealous approach to provoking middle-class sensibilities, often published works that in turn reeked of sexism and overtly masculine objectification of the female body. Patriarchal prejudices were evidently shared between the dominant culture and the resistant subculture. Perpetuation of such gender inequality in India faced scathing criticism in recent times through what has been termed the Pinjra Tod movement, another moment in the contemporary history of South Asia which broadened the definition of modern slavery and relied on friendship and solidarity to mount a challenge against it. Pinchra Tod, or Break the Hostel Locks, emerged as a resistance in 2015 against the highly discriminatory practice of setting curfew hours for women's hostels in New Delhi in the name of providing security for the young female students. These hostels, from Lady Shri Ram College for Women to Jamia Millia Islamia, alongside many others, have been consistently termed as cages by the protesters, thereby underlining the literal nature of their forced confinement. Demanding, I quote them, equal opportunities, access, and rights, end of quote, an update on Facebook on May 7, 2016 declared, and I quote them, these walls, these gates, these locks, these rules, they will come crashing down once and for all. Towards stars and stardust we march. End of quote. Although responding to immediate injustice, the movement addressed certain long-standing conditions of slavery that women have been made to experience by making them absent from the public spaces altogether. This was evident when the movement expanded to questions of sexual harassment, notions of decency related to clothing, and to acts that made visible what was kept taboo, such as menstruation. Thus, slavery was deemed as a condition that not only pertains to restriction of mobility of the female body, but something which perpetuates those perceptions that seek to discipline, order, and control such bodies. Most importantly, perhaps, was the recognition that conditions of slavery are predicated on privilege or the lack of it. In simple terms, a Muslim woman faces gender injustice differently than a Dalit woman, and both of them have distinctively different experiences of struggle and survival from an upper caste Hindu woman living in India. Through such a politics of intersectionality, we gain a more nuanced understanding of how the category of slavery could be negotiated with without hierarchizing trauma. In fact, the movement went a step further to clarify that they do not merely practice intersectional politics, but a constitutive one, as they believe that these diverse injustices sustain each other. Now, it is kind of goes to show the complexity of how intersectional politics could be contradictory at times, is because we have seen those who are following the movement, those who have followed the movement, is how the entire question of CA and NRC, when that came up, there has been a debate of how some of the founders are fighting CA, but not the NRC, this kind of an ethno-nationalism, that kind of criticism has come against this movement, which doesn't discount any of the things and any of the fights that they have fought, but only goes to show what we are talking about, the nuances of slavery, that when certain kinds of slavery are performed and people are put in detention centers, some other movement which talks about hostels and curfew hours find it challenging to come to terms with that kind of slavery. We must be alert towards it without getting into rushed conclusions. That is something to keep in mind, because the intersectional politics has its own very, very difficult challenges. Anyway, often fissures betray subterranean driving forces at play. So let me point out the nature of the debate within the Pinjra movement in its movement of existential crisis. This would establish the status that friendship enjoys in this movement, as well as in almost all resistance movements around the world. I would like to clarify that the following analysis is not an examination of the authenticity of intent behind the documents that we will discuss. Questions of ethics and integrity and whether friendship has been invoked as a tactic is also beyond the necessities of our present consideration. My task is to attend to the rhetoric of the argument, that the very discourse has been conducted through a language of friendship and solidarity in the face of systemic slavery, is what interests me to look closely at these writings. In 2019, a handful of Pinjra activists left the movement, citing inadequate representation of minority voices within the movement. In response, the accused members posted a long response on their official blog titled "Women on the Edge of Time, Reflections from Pinjra." The article begins by acknowledging, and I quote, "Signatories to the statement are friends that we have lost on this journey. Their absence in the movement remains with us, and the criticisms they have placed have been the cause of renewed and an even more systematic thinking through for the entire movement." End of quote. It goes on to admit that the movement has emerged spontaneously and has proceeded through discussions between these friends, which is why they believe, and I quote, "The feeling of alienation, hurt, and of being let down shared by the signatories, however, is our greatest collective failure. Such a feeling is the most damning for the movement." End of quote. It is then not so much the failure to create a long-lasting organizational structure or the tactical failure to grasp the spirit of the ongoing resistance that was at the core of this response. Rather, it is a lament of loss of companionship, collectively felt, which marks the ever-widening chasm between the activists in their struggle against patriarchal slavery. A sense of betrayal pervades both these documents. A feeling of pain born out of unfaithfulness towards each other, which is somehow more unacceptable than the dubious activities of the hostel wardens and the security guards. Voluntarism, the idea that has been at the core of theorization on friendship, is often evoked in the response as justification. The blog post says, and I quote, "All these posts," by all these posts they mean the previous Pinjra charters and statements that they had come up with, were written, like most other posts, by a process first of volunteering on the WhatsApp groups and subsequent discussion and revisions made to the initial draft, either in meetings or on the WhatsApp group. "We came together to draft a petition," it says at a different place of the response. Or the activists organizing regular Jansunwais, which are the public meetings which they held regularly. These are repeatedly mentioned throughout the document to index the collective spirit of the movement, emphasizing on how friendly alliances was a way towards developing an intersectional politics against gender and caste slavery. The article notes, and I quote, "These have all been instances of important solidarities and conversations building up across separate struggles, and also opening the possibility of an overlap of these struggles across differences of particularized experience and nature of oppression, based on a political horizon emerging out of a shared objective. that of an equal and oppression-free world. The struggle to access public space can only finally succeed through contingent unity across these divisions. So things like solidarity, conversation, shared objective, unity, these all kind of hints towards the mode that this resistance was kind of carried forward through. The document also contains the capitalistic rhetoric of choice-based freedom against forms of slavery. We have already noticed the kind of revisionism that is required to improve upon the individualized conceptions of friendship. In a similar vein, the document states, I'm quoting, situating our demand in a wider political framework and distinguishing it from a choice-based articulation of the same, we have vehemently opposed any idea of freedom, which can only ensure safe and equal access to the public sphere to select few women. The movement has therefore fought to ensure a substantive freedom of movement for women from different sections of society. End of quote. Let me take a moment here to zoom out from the specific instance of Pijra to connect to an aspect of resistance and solidarity that has come up in academic discussions recently. Ankita Pandey, in a recently published article, has brought the concept of movement allies in the context of the politics of post-colonial India in order to focus on the activities of the civil rights groups, which she contends is separate from other social movements. Studying the civil rights groups as ally activism rather than action groups, she says, brings the all too important aspect of sympathy, a reading of resistance through affect, which is sorely missing from the Indian understanding of anti-state protests. For us, relocating the terminology is instructive in two ways. First, as Pandey reminds us, the word civil rights movement owes its association with the protests against racial segregation in the US in the 1950s and 60s. Tracing the genealogy of such organizations and their activities, therefore, connects global slavery with the myriad forms of bondage that the debt-ridden peasants, children illegally employed in brick kilns, and the extra-legally tortured imprisoned citizens of India find themselves in. And the second, the concept of movement allies demonstrates the everyday friendship networks that makes movements work. We are left to wonder whether any kind of resistance and movement against any form of slavery can successfully organize itself without such associations of bonding between members of the beneficiary activists, by which she means activists who have something to gain from it directly, as in the case of the Pinjra participants, or that of the solidarities between these protesting groups and the movement allies. Interpersonal friendship, making allies, and creating solidarities seems to be indispensable acts to fight institutionalized slaveries, not only from a strategic point of view, but also on a conceptual level. Slavery thrives on non-consensual acts of coercion that separates on the basis of race and caste. Making friends and finding allies in the process of fighting slavery, on the other hand, are instances of individuals coming together in collective acts of unity. The very act of forming ties is therefore, in Homi Bhabha's famous terms, a remembering, so re-hyphenated membering, a remembering of the society, a process of healing for communities that are violently ripped apart by self-interested dominance of the privileged. Today, I have presented before you three moments from the history of modern South Asia that imagines slavery in its many guises. We have all seen that it is not only slavery that ties these three instances from the past. Ambedkar's investment in the idea of fraternity to fight casteist slavery, the actively created friendships of the hungry poets with marginalized individuals locally as well as transnationally in the face of an intellectual witch hunt and attempts at creative subjugation. And finally, the resistance against patriarchal slavery by the Pinjra movement finds common ground in differently imagined and practiced acts of solidarity to counter various forms of bondage. What has emerged through these processes is that they have successfully presented rhetorics for fighting slavery that is not exclusively tied to legal and educational institutions. As we had seen at the outset, today slavery is rampant despite it being banned in almost all the countries. The instances that I have presented could aid us in fighting slaveries of tradition, convention, and cultural practices through mobilization, empathy, and care. They go beyond the binary of legality and illegality as is defined by the state and seeks to create spaces that cultivates freedom of thoughts, expressions, and actions. They present to us an ethics of civil association and mutual respect that friendship can bring outside of kinship hierarchies and conventional codes of conduct. But what happens when everything as we know it falls apart? When every aspect of human existence is defamiliarized by a non-human agent? The pandemic has brought with it one of the biggest instances of subjugation, this time not enforced by one human on the other, but by an invisible being. The domination that human civilization has been subjected to by a virus through enforced isolation, quarantining, and containment zones has made us aware of what constitutes a state of unfreedom when choice, access, and mobility are forcefully revoked, and the alternative is death. I had presented friendship as a response that has been employed creatively over the last century to counter slavery. With the pandemic, however, the two categories have come closer still. A regimen of slavery in the age of the Anthropocene comes into focus by the violence that the pandemic has inflicted most squarely on the category of friendship, among other forms of relationships. Deliberations on how the pandemic has altered friendships are abundantly present across magazines and blog posts online. What has emerged out of such copious conjectures are diverse reassessments of the self that is lost in the dehumanization of slavery and supposedly recovered in the company of friends. Eva Hagberg goes back to the 18th century to locate how the Lockean ideal of freedom to determine one's own selfhood was actualized by the creation of single-family households and private properties that granted individuality against the relative bondage of the Middle Ages. Today, exercising such freedom no more requires physical proximity. Isolation to Hagberg, as you're seeing, I posted that picture of Hagberg's article. As you can see, it was published at the Atlantic. Isolation to Hagberg ensures maximum closeness with her friends from across the world, where the bondage of borders, time zones, and distances are overcome by a click of a button. In this manner, the self flourishes through digital socialization and gains liberation, which has ironically been accentuated by the ongoing pandemic. So it's an ironic kind of counterintuitive reading of the pandemic, which she sees has liberated some aspects of our living, while obviously subjugating us in obvious ways. Jen Hu, on the other hand, in the article in the New Yorker, quotes from Ralph Waldo Emerson's 1841 essay titled Friendship in her own article. And I quote from that article, "We overestimate the conscience of our friend. What a perpetual disappointment is actual society. Our faculties do not play us true, and both parties are relieved by solitude." End of quote. By defamiliarizing our known world, the pandemic has freed us from the bonds of forced associations. Friendships in itself could be performances that we are compelled to make, often without much thought or intention. Taking a diametrically opposite stand from ideas of the self from the days of the Scottish Enlightenment, now the self is immanent in its detachment from the society. The self is found in solitude that isolation ensures. So to clarify, during the time of the Scottish Enlightenment, it was said that you only find yourself You only know who you are when you talk to the other, to another friend, and you get into that kind of a relationship, and you then get out of the bonds of slavery or medieval kind of feudal bonds and so on and so forth. But here she says that it is actually the solitude which makes you know yourself better. So it's a different kind of understanding of how to liberate ourselves. What connects Hagberg and whose conflicting ideas about the fallout of the pandemic is a desire for freedom from constraints. By associating with the wider world, irrespective of physical location or voluntary detachment from it altogether. And that is possibly at the core of forming a response to modern day slaveries. Slavery, despite its dizzyingly diverse forms and guises, is ultimately a deterrent to forming and flourishing of the self. I argued that practicing friendship is a tactic of expanding the idea of the self from narrow individualistic self-interests and tie it with interpersonal camaraderie and collective solidarities to resist acts of bondage. Friendship could be a powerful means to preserve one's own identity against homogenizing tendencies that reduce a human being to a color, an organ, or a thought. I look forward to the presentations in the next 3 days to learn more about such histories of domination and possible strategies of recuperating with such injustices. Thank you.
Thank you, Titash Desharkar, for that extremely interesting, very thought-provoking sort of reflection on the idea of friendship and how friendship could be deployed almost as a as a counter narrative, both I mean in praxis against the different experiences of slavery and as they sort of proliferate across time and space. I have invited our presenters to pose questions for Titash Desharkar, but before we get more questions, I'm sure there are people with questions. Maybe I will sort of ask a question and sort of initiate the process. We do have one question in the chat box, which I'll be taking up after this. Titash, if you could just, because you talked about the idea of friendship as a kind of a counter to the individualistic impulse, right? And I was just wondering how, particularly when we look at the whole figure of the cult or the cultivation of the cult, if we could just sort of talk about the cultivation of the cult in media, the cult leader, even when we look at movements like Pinjrator, the most recent example that you have given us here, the whole idea of the cult of these organizers or the central figures. So does it seem to be a bit of, does it come across as a kind of an ironic sort of imposition here when we talk about friendship as a more of a communitarian project rather than being a kind of individualistic, hubristic almost exercise? If you could take that up and then we'll go to the question that we have here.
Thank you. Yes, so yeah, thank you for pointing us towards this, because it is not only in the last instance, but it is very much prevalent in almost so many movements that we see that it gets taken up by spectacular figures, and I use spectacular in the technical sense and not just in the everyday sense of the word, in the very sense of a spectacle. People who perform. That could be a captain of a sports team, and that could be a leader of a movement. And even with Hungry movement, you see there's a cult, almost cultish kind of appreciation for the founding figures. Roy Chaudhary being one, he's still alive, and the kind of performances that are formed. And it's very easy to fall back on these individualistic senses, and this is exactly what the paper tries to come to terms with. There is no question of coming up with a ready solution to this, but I think we have to go back to Ambedkar and what he's talking about, the sense of breaking down of vertical relationships as much as possible. And this is the question that even with socialism, which is a progressive politics, and how do you make people, how do you motivate them to fight for it? And the answer is not a one person who will motivate, for example. It's not even if you imagine when he was writing, the Russian Revolution was at the height. I mean, it was in everybody's imagination. It is not just even, I think you would say, not just one Lenin who could drive home a movement, it has to be collective, and otherwise the movement falls apart. Because one fault of the leader, one chance comment, or maybe a deep-seated prejudice in his or her mind can mean a completely different thing for the movement, which may not be like the most of the people would agree with his or her statements. So this is very, very true. I mean, for any movement, how do you form friendships? It's a work in progress. It's the best thing that one can say. That, and the best thing to do is to remain aware of it, to practice it. It's you will never reach the end of it as such, but it is through the practicing is how you will bring it to fruition. And that is what hopefully this paper does, is to show that self is not that narcissistic, egoistic self, but a conception of the self which is introspective. And that is the important thing, a self which is maybe not imbued with so much of choice or freedom, as it were, but a self which questions, which doesn't, most importantly, shy away from questions posed at themselves, is open to questions by people. And that is how you form equality. That is how you bring people to a plane, and make a safe space, as it were, uh, by not only propagating, but holding yourself under the scanner. And it is very much, this kind of cultish activities could be brought down. Definitely there is an organizational side of it. I mean, every organization, many organization has its constitution, what have you. But it is very much in praxis that this could be, at least we could have a defense mechanism against it.
Thank you so much for that answer. So we do have at least two questions over here.
Right. I can just read them out.
Read them out,
It's
yeah.
the first one by here.
Yes.
Right. So she says, while friendship can be a tool of resistance for marginalized peoples, is there also a danger of people coming together in solidarity for all the wrong reasons? False causes are often manufactured by the authorities to rally people together against those who are fighting for just causes. The ruling party in India at this moment often creates such contrived solidarities to disrupt the real movements. How can this be addressed? Yes, absolutely. So one thing needs to be clarified. So here poses this question in terms of danger of coming to solidarity for, so of a kind of truthfulness and falsity. That is, I will come to that in a second. And also, the question is kind of towards from vis-a-vis just causes and unjust ones. Now, for people on either side, they are fighting for a just cause. So it is very hard then for you to get into that kind of a debate as to who is just, and it hardly kind of bears fruit after a point, because it gets into a kind of almost a mudslinging context as to who is more just. And then you have people claiming all sorts of, drawing from histories and false histories and writing of alternative truths. So the question is, in my mind, a matter of cross-checking of facts and a matter of amicable discussion, which is sorely lacking today in most of the public spaces. Now, how do you deal with any party or any kind of authority which has the entire power of, say, the media or the social media under its wings? And then how do you prove that is not the rhetoric which is even accurate, even if you think about history in its very basic factual orientation. And that is again, that's the fight. That is exactly the fight. The question is not to create alternative monsters or alternative prejudices, as Shari was also talking about, not to create your cult leaders, and then it becomes a one-on-one match. It is a difficult fight when the discrimination is so unequal. But then we have seen right now in the paper of histories of slavery, of coming down from ancient times, or of creative slaveries, where you have to write in a certain way, or you have to dress in a certain way. You have to get inside a private space in a certain way. And how do you do this? You do this by creating associations. You do this by discussions and trying to engage as many people as possible through all the informal chains, when the formal chains of media, popular media, cinema, nothing is almost available to you. But then again, third cinema has exactly come up through that kind of resistance where there is no budget, no place to shoot, and yet we have seen uh, historical, legendary works of art. And that's where art thrives. That's the location of art. In the face of such domination, we all know of that anecdote of Picasso, right? When he drew the Guernica, and the authorities came, and remember, these are the fascists, like the worst that you can do. And they came and they saw the painting and they said, "You did this," and Picasso said, "No, you did this." So this is what we have in our hands. The fight is not easy. If it were an easy fight, we wouldn't even be talking about it. But that doesn't mean to say that I'm not diluting any kind of resistances. There are numerous forms of resistances, and every resistance has its challenge. Anyway, so I think Shrabasti asks, if we are thinking of friendship as an alternative to slavery, are we unintentionally getting into a problem of creating unequal friendships? Yeah, sure. No, I mean, equality is an impossibility almost. I mean, with the pandemic itself, which one thing which I didn't mention is what it has made us so aware is who can be friends. Now a friend could be someone with a good Wi-Fi network. So who can be friends? People are dying. Students are literally dying to get good Wi-Fi servers. So how can these friendships be formed? Now, alternative to slavery, yes, alternative to slavery, I do agree to an extent that it is posed as an alternative. But what I would like to slightly clarify is why I see that slavery and friendship in its modern incarnation, starting from the Enlightenment, is in this very kind of an existence where kind of one can't almost do without the other. So it is so tied in its very conception that it is an alternative for sure, but it is also inextricably linked. There are connections between slavery and friendship. So the only point is not to let slavery run the roost, and for friendship to be performed so that that could be at least kept in check. It's an utopian idea to say that slavery will end in the near future. It won't. If anything, it is just diffusing more and more into other forms, which this conference will definitely take note of. So yeah, friendships are unequal, but at least if some people maintain that form of the basic tenets on which friendship is built on, which is consent, which is a respect for the other person, and then that's the best that we can hope for, and to fight the most conservative aspects of slavery, which is definitely coercion and the lack of consent, as it were. Dr. Brati Biswas asks, a very well articulated presentation. Thank you. Okay, wait, sorry. Slavery and friendship relation brings to mind Huckleberry Finn and Jim. Yes, it does. Would appreciate your take on. Yes, I see your twin, and I give you Sar Chandra. I love the friendship between Shrikanta and Indranath. Right? I mean, it is a tremendous instance of friendship, as you say, between Huckleberry Finn and Jim. And how does it unfold? Is our point of interest. How does two people come into being in a society and form these friendships within certain paradigms of restraint? These people are slightly kind of, I mean, friendship between a male-male bonding historically has been easier to perform when it hasn't demonstrated itself sexually in public. So that is there. But also there are other kinds of restraints upon friendships between, suppose, two middle class boys, where you have to get back home after a certain point. So there are that kind of curfew that has been exercised that's been exercised in our own lives. So how then does friendship flourish? But anyway, I completely appreciate the reference of Huckleberry Finn. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Shabasti. Thank you for your question. Thank you here. So Sinchan Mahato asks, good afternoon, Sinchan.
Let me just sort of, sorry, interrupting you,
Yeah.
but Shinchan is actually one of our students. So
Okay.
this is interesting that they are
Hello,
responding to your
Sinchan. I
talk.
mean, thank you so much for coming for this talk. Okay, what was Spengler historiographical theory that Hungarians would do? Yeah, absolutely. Where are the theories to influence? Yeah, thank you so much for this question. So exactly, so it is Spengler's idea of how a society, when it is so bankrupt of ideas that it has no creative force in it, starts feeding on itself. Now, it's a metaphorical sentence by which he means that when you have no other fodder, just think of food for thought if you want to run with this metaphor. When you have no food for thought, you start eating yourself. You look inwards. It becomes such an inward and lazy sort of an move that you have nothing new coming in you, in your body, in your mind. And it is exactly from Spengler's this kind of conjecture or ideation that the Hungarians took the word as Hungry movement to say that the society right now is just feeding off of what it has come down to for the last 50 years, let's just say. But our hunger is different. We are hungry because we see no representations of our squatter colonies, of our everyday lack of access to any kind of infrastructure. Remember, 60s Calcutta infrastructure is one of the worst in the country. If you look at any of the articles, there are no roads, the buses are full, there are muds across in the colonies and no water. So where is this in the literature? There is nothing of this sort in the literature. So they are like, our hunger then is to represent us on the pages. The page, the very tactile artifact, as it were, becomes that mode of holding on to cultural capital. Because see, I mentioned Shunil Ganguly. Shunil Ganguly himself had faced the traumas of partition. So what are we talking about here? The point is not just about partition, but it's a conglomeration of things. Shunil Ganguly had that cultural capital to marginalize. And it is not only Shunil Ganguly, he did not do it alone. There was this whole mainstream Bengali middle class sensibility that completely marginalized these people and forced them out of their jobs. And there was a court case to begin with. And again, not to discount any of the sexism or masculine kind of projection of their writing. That is a serious thing to be criticized all the time. But that doesn't discount this as well, that they had come up with a different kind of struggle than the most middle class people who had access to little magazines, College Street, Presidency College, and what have you. All right. Yeah.
Okay. So are there any more questions? I don't think.
Okay. Yeah, I think Molly has a question.
Okay. That's great.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
good afternoon, Molly.
She's another student.
Hi. If we compare and contrast slavery from ancient times, thinking about ancient Egypt and Rome, with the form of slavery that developed in the US and Caribbean in 17th and 19th century, Shai should take this. How was slavery in the US worse than the other forms of slavery? What enabled it to become so bad? See, one of the things that we must keep in mind is that all slaveries are bad. There is no hierarchy in trauma, in prejudice, in a person dominating the other. The forms change. And we have to take note of how slavery has changed with time. What are the nuances? What are the ways domination perpetuates? For example, I mean, in Foucault's, again, famous work, he has said power doesn't flow from top to bottom. Power is everywhere. Even the activists have power, which they fight. And so the fact is, it is not that it's to kind of understand that it's not that in modern times slavery has become worse than the ancient times or any such thing. The modes have changed. People were carrying blocks of stone back in Egypt then, and where slavery was used for certain purposes. We have to see the function of any category in society, any category. So what is the function of slavery in ancient Egypt? And how has that function of slavery completely changed in our neoliberal globalized cells, where you even call slaves those people who have no labor laws and are working in these corporations, who have no rights as such. And also to keep in mind that every form of domination is not slavery. So one of the things to keep in mind is we have to broaden the scope of a category, which is slavery, friendship, what have you. We have to broaden it and take into account things we couldn't before, but not to dilute it so much as to call everything slavery. That is not the case. And even with friendship, friendship is not a homogenized monolith. If you read kind of ideas around friendships, you will see that your amicable relationship with your neighbor or your co-worker in your office is not friendship. Those could at best be termed as casual friendships. But friendships are something which are very intimate and where you feel very safe. And that may not be with your office co-worker or your neighbor, but that can definitely be an amicable relationship. So anyway, so the point to see is every place has its completely different ways of domination. And then there are similarities, which helps us in bringing the term slavery at all into conversation. But it is utterly bad whether you ask a slave in ancient Egypt or you ask a slave in the 19th century. If Shari wants to add something about the Caribbean, she's
Or
most
maybe
welcome
not.
to do so. Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
at
Thank
some
you.
other
Thank you,
time.
Shinchan. Thank you again.
So this was from Moli. I guess that's the last question which we had. If anyone else wants to raise a hand and ask question, I mean, we do have some time before we go into the break. We do have some 30 minutes or so, maybe less. So if anyone has a question, you might ask now, or we can sort of thank the keynote presenter for this wonderful presentation and for also sort of going along with our very slightly haywire introduction in the morning, but also sort of helping us begin this 3-day conference. And I'm sure he has set the tone for the conference, for all the papers, preempted several of the themes that we are going to sort of talk about and hear from all the other paper presenters. So thank you so much on behalf of the department, all the presenters who are here. We would like to thank Titaj Desharkar for giving us his time and also for sharing with us such a brilliant presentation. And I'm sure if anyone wants to extend the conversation beyond the Zoom platform, they're always welcome to. I'm sure he wouldn't mind talking to them beyond just this particular session. And he will be with us throughout all 3 days, I'm sure, as I would hope all of you would be with us. With that, if any of my colleagues would like to add anything, otherwise we can sort of go in for the break.
Shari, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Ditash. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Actually, I was listening to that from with spellbound. The way you presented the entire concept was really amazing. I just wanted to this is just a suggestion. Could you please share the slides which you actually made for us and share it with us so that we can actually share it with our students? And I think it's going to be wonderful if you can do that, so that we can just keep it as in our archives for our future references as well. So if you could do that, please. Yeah?
Absolutely. So I have just made one change to the slide that I sent to Dr. Datta, and I will send the updated slides. Absolutely, it will be my pleasure. And thank you so much, all of you. All of you have made a time on a Sunday afternoon, and thank you so much. And absolutely, as Shari said, I'll be here. I'll be listening intently to all your presentations, to the plenary sessions, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
It's wonderful having you. The pleasure is all ours, to have you listen to you and enjoy this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now for all the presenters who are here. So basically, according to the schedule, we were supposed to break at 1 o'clock, but it's brilliant that you get some extra time to sort of have your lunch in peace. So we will be reconvening at 1. I mean, the break is from 1 to 1:30. It was supposed to be, but we are going to break now, and we are going to reconvene at 1:30. I assume 1:30, because we begin our first technical session at 1:45, which will be chaired by Dr. Pinky Isha. And I would just quickly read out the name of the paper presenter so that if you're here, you know that if you have any, you can join beforehand, 10 minutes beforehand, if you have any kind of PowerPoint presentations to share with us to do a test run. So we have Anvesha Basu, we have Gifty Joseph, Nurul Huda, Aditi Mishra, and Orunima Singh. These are the 5 paper presenters that we have for the first technical session chaired by Dr. Pinky Isha. So now we break and then we again come back. Thank you so much, all of you.
And we ask for all the paper presenters to join at around 120 or near around 120 or 125 in order to join you in, make you the co-host, and then, as ma'am had said, check the PowerPoint presentations if you have any. Okay, thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, presenters and our participants here. Shudipto, this is for you. I have made four of the paper presenters, the co-hosts.
Yes,
Right.
and Professor Isha is also there. Please.
Professor Isha is also there. Okay, let me make her the co-host.
Just.
Yeah. Yeah, I cannot see Gifty Joseph and Orunima Singh. I cannot see Orunima Singh and Gifty Joseph. The rest of the paper presenters, I think you are here. So if you wish to play your PDF, any video or anything you wanted to share with your listeners, you could do that. So this is for Nurul Hoda, Anisha Basu, Aditi Mishra. If you have anything to share, or you can do that. You can just check. You can just go through a trial run whether everything is functioning properly or not, or you can even check your audio video quality if you want to. Yes.
Can I share my PPT once? Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Anisha Basu.
Anisha, your voice is not very clear.
Is it audible now?
Now it's audible. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll just share my screen to check.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it's visible.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Gifty Joseph, please, can you change your name here? It would be easier for the chair as well as other participants to recognize you.
By what name is he or she logged in?
Nino LYC. She has raised the hand.
Okay. Okay.
Or you can also change her name, I guess.
No, I have made Nino NYC the co-host. So
okay, if
you can unmute yourself now and stop if you wish to.
Yes, if you can change your name, it would be very feasible for the chairs and for the chair and other participants.
Yes. Madhurina ji, now could you please check whether you can unmute yourself?
Yeah. Now it's okay.
Yes, you can. Yes. Gifty, can you just switch on your audio and check your audio video quality if everything is fine?
Am I audible now?
Yes,
Nino
you
Link,
are.
is it like Nino Link? He needs to.
Please
He has
wait.
raised his hand. Ha. Nino Link.
Or else I'm renaming you for you. Wait.
Yeah.
Rimadi, you can rename it.
I'm renaming you. Wait.
Okay. Okay, it's fine now. Yes, it's absolutely fine. Okay, now
I'm waiting for another paper presenter, I guess. Orunima Singh is not here. Or is she? No, I can't see Orunima Singh.
Orunima Singh, are you there or are you with any other name?
She's not there. She's not there. Or is she in any other name than I don't know?
I was asking that only. I guess not.
Who is this? Poco M2? Orunima Singh, are you there with us?
Let me sort of find her on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Rimati Jahira is there.
No, I have admitted her.
But she needs to be made the co-host. Yeah. So apart from Orunima, I think we have all the 4 presenters with us.
Yes, all the first 4. Yes.
Yes, we have. Okay, fine. Shairi, could you get Arunima through phone or through WhatsApp?
I have just messaged her. I mean, I've just messaged in the group because I don't know what her number is. Let's hopefully she'll respond. I will also mail her.
Okay. Do anyone else among our paper presenters need to share their screen or need to share any kind of a PPT presentation? You can try and run it right now.
Ma'am, it's Aditi Mishra. I have to share it, so let me try it.
Yes.
Yes, please.
First, share my video. Okay, so is it visible?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
visible.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you so much.
And one more request to the paper presenters. Could you please switch on your video while presenting the papers? All right. Please switch on your videos while presenting the papers.
Yes, ma'am.
And if anyone needs to, like Aditi, if anyone else needs to check the PPT or anything, you can do that.
Rimadi, is it going live now?
It is not. Once we start and then I'll put it on live back. We are paused.
Okay.
Even the recording is paused. So once everything starts and then I'll put both back on air.
Okay, okay.
Arunima is not responding even in WhatsApp.
She was there. She was there in the inaugural session. And
She was there in the morning, I guess.
she was there.
Yes, she was there. I have just mailed her as well. Let's see. Possibly because she has the last word. I don't know.
Okay, it's fine. When it's time, we can already start because we have the first.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes, and I think Pinky ma'am has also joined. So
Yes, Pinky ma'am is the co-host now.
Yeah.
Yes, she's the co-host.
So
Ma'am, could you please check your audio?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is
afternoon,
fine.
Afternoon.
Thank you
Good
so
afternoon,
much.
ma'am. Yeah.
yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you so
Yes,
much for
good
joining.
afternoon.
Actually, there's been an error on our part. Actually, ma'am was waiting for the link to join the keynote session, which we missed out on. So I really apologize on behalf
We are
of the
so
department.
sorry. Yes, we should have.
It was really a great mistake.
Yes, this was really bad on our part. But maybe we can share with her the YouTube.
YouTube link, yeah.
Yes, if you could.
Yeah, that could be fine. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We're really sorry that this happened.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Please
It's okay.
slipped our mind.
No, it's okay.
So I think, Shudipta, we can begin if everyone else is
ready.
I
ready
think we can
instead
start.
of
I think, yes.
Yes.
So once
Okay.
we are ready, just let me know. I can put us back on air then.
Yes, we can start, Rimadi, I guess. It is already 1:33. We can start, I guess.
We are back on air. Let me just start the Zoom recording as well, so that, yes. Fine. So we are good to go, Shudipta.
Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much, my entire department. Welcome to this first technical session of this 3-day online international conference. Now, this first technical session will be chaired by Dr. Pinky Isha. Let me give you a brief introduction on our chair. Dr. Pinky Isha has taught English language and literature as a full-time faculty in 3 colleges across West Bengal. She started her career at Alia University in the year 2010. Her special areas of interest include new literatures, performance studies, and modern British drama. She has published in many reputed peer-reviewed journals and edited books, and has authored 3 books to her credit. She now teaches as a faculty of English at Rabindra Bharati University, West Bengal. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I thank everybody, the organizers, the HOD, the people who are involved in such a tremendous work which goes with this kind of an online conference. I understand the technicalities and the barriers that have gone into making this, because we are all familiar with an offline mode of conference, but hardly online mode is very familiar to us, even if we are doing it all the time. But the point is, suddenly the connection breaks off, and I understand all those who are there, and in spite of being there, they can't make it up. Okay, now I would have loved to listen to the keynote address, and I don't know how many candidates are there, probably 3 to 4. This is an interesting area. I would not spend time and waste any more time. I would just, because I have a book on slave narratives, which was actually a recollection of the slave songs that were recorded by J.B. Morton long back in the Caribbean. And this recorded version is not available anywhere in India. It is there in the Library of the West Indies. And there are certain songs which appear in books in our libraries, like Jadavpur University, in the FLU library, in the University of Hyderabad library. So, but the original recorded version and a collection of about 3,000 verbal songs which were recorded in their voice, in their kind of Creole English, seems a distant possibility to scholars nowadays, except for those who are venturing out to, explore in that field. So thank you so much, and I would love to hear the paper presenters. I go on to inviting them to present their papers.
So, shall I begin?
Okay, for the first paper presenter, Anvesha Basu.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anvesha Basu. So, I will be sharing my PPT with you. Okay. The title is Little Magazines of Harlem, a self-expression of the enslaved 19th century Afro-Americans. So I would like to begin with a quote by Langston Hughes. We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without fear or shame. If white people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly too. The tom-tom cries and the tom-tom laughs. If colored people are pleased, we are glad. If they are not, their displeasure doesn't matter either. We build our temples for tomorrow, strong as we know how, and we stand on top of the mountain, free within ourselves. Firstly, I would like to begin with the introduction to the Little Magazines. Little Magazine include poetry, reviews, short stories, essays, dramas, and other various literary writings, and often printed as periodicals to focus on the promulgation of the unheard voices. The advent of publication by an Afro-American in America began in the year 1827 by Reverend Peter Williams, who is contemplated as the owner of the first Afro-American magazine named Freedom's Journal, with a motive to unveil the contemporary issues of slavery and colonization. It is believed that the origin of newspapers was during the time of crisis, whereas the origin of Afro-American little magazines were during the time of economic development for the cultural endorsement and expansion. Kristen McLeod article, American Little Magazine of the 1890s and the Rise of the Professional Managerial Class, discusses the major revolution during the 1890s in America, which led to the emergence of the magazines popularly known as the fad magazine or fanzines. The commentaries that were present in the little magazines influenced the middle order of the American society. She categorizes magazines in three forms: aesthetic little magazine, which primarily focused on the literary and artistic works; periodicals of protest, which focused on the political and social concerns of the American society in a particular movement; and lastly, the hybrid magazine, which emphasized not only on the literary or artistic works but also on the political and social upheavals of the people. Alan Leroy Locke, an American writer and philosopher, considered to be the patron of spiritual coming of age, which is the Harlem Renaissance, an age of literary and intellectual prosperity, which was a moment for the Afro-Americans to express their rights and oppose the white ideology. The period between World War I and Great Depression was an opportunity for many Africans to migrate towards North, specifically to Harlem from South, to reconstruct and establish their identity among the whites and free themselves from being marginalized. Gradually, there was an emergence of Black-owned magazines, which included The Crisis, a journal of W.E.B. Du Bois, which launched the career of Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hudson, and many other literary figures. Then the other magazines are Opportunity, The Messenger, Fire, etc. Little magazines were the medium of expression for the Afro-Americans, providing a literary space, creating an opportunity to express themselves, leading to a state of sociomorphosis. Few magazines which focused on segregation, lynching, and social disorder in America were The Crisis, The Messenger, Fire, and so on. The Voice of Negro was considered as the first magazine which was edited by the people of color in the South. After the downfall, the Voice of Negro due to death, The Crisis emerged, which is considered as one of the major magazines and was crucial in the history of the Afro-Americans' reconstruction of their own identity. The purpose behind publishing these little magazines was to raise voice against injustice, irrespective of color or race. And I quote, "Little magazine gave voice to the interest of Afro-Americans in individualism, personality, self-realization, and a means of self-expression," unquote. Introduction to Harlem and Harlem Renaissance. Harlem, home to the Afro-Americans, is geographically situated in the northern part of Manhattan in the New York City. Earlier, Harlem was a farming village that evolved in due course of time as an epicenter of revolution, popularly known as the Harlem Renaissance, and a hub of literature, arts, and music. During the 1920s, Harlem went through social and political changes due to the reconstruction of South, Jim Crow law, and New Deal. The Great Migration caused an uproar among the Afro-Americans as well. Due to the conflict in the South of slavery and poor treatment, they started migrating towards North, specifically to Harlem. Harlem emerged spatially, the geographical space for spurring literary creativity of these marginalized voices. The Afro-Americans considered Harlem as a social space where they could avail better job opportunities as well as improve their standard of living. Harlem promised construction of identity geographically, socially, and literally. Socio-political scenario in the 19th century. When we talk about politics, we mean, and I quote, "the process by which groups make decisions or consisting of social relations involving authority or power." Upon correlating it with the Harlem Renaissance and the movements that resulted out of it, especially the literary movement, laid emphasis on the engagement between the whites and the blacks in all the domains, but also laid emphasis on the interaction with the American political leaders. The publication of the little magazine with relation to the social political scenario, I will go on about that. Thinking about the little magazines of the Afro-Americans, the intellectual writers and the Afro-Americans were mainly the working class, a puppet to the center whose voices were unheard and treated badly. They inhabited the periphery or at the margin in social and economical terms. If we look at the history of the publication of the little magazines of the Afro-Americans like Fire, Opportunity and others, we would notice that most of them were short-lived due to the paucity of support, funding and a response, while on the other hand, the little magazine of the Americans were Poetry, Magazine of the Verse, Little Review, Yale Review and others were long-lived as they were produced by the people at the center. They had funding which supported the printing production, unlike the little magazines of the Afro-Americans. The core reason the Afro-Americans began publishing the little magazines was to reassert their identity in the American culture and to prove that they were no less in terms of intellect as well. But the whites were powerful in the 1920s and controlled the American society. They made sure that the little magazines of Afro-Americans were not circulated in the society and create an upheaval. Their publication were pushed in the periphery, which meant that the Afro-Americans were considered as others. Power, from an ideological point of view, can be described as an instrument of controlling the society, influencing the people's life in right ways and achieving the intended targets as set by the center. Power and politics can be viewed conjointly. When we critically explore the little magazines brought out were the ones in the center of the power structure and the other in the periphery. Little magazines, avant-garde and non-commercial in nature, served as cultural intermediaries, a medium of expression and a literary space mediating between the political, social and literary dimensions. The publication of the little magazines periodically by the people in power in the 19th and the 20th century America, that is the whites, reflected the power they possessed and the domination in the printing industry. These little magazines brought to the surface issues like marginalization, subjugation, alienation, exploitation issues, while published by the power at the center, celebrated the literary and artistic writings of the individuals and focused on creating an alternative form of cultural capital in relation to the mainstream magazines, also aiming at expanding nationally and internationally. Now I would like to read some of the works from the little magazines. So due to the paucity of times, I won't be going into the brief description of the biography. I'll just skip to the works directly. So first is Zora Neale Hudson. I'm going to read out The Sweat. So in Sweat by Zora Neale Hudson discusses the Delia Jones, the protagonist of the story, a washerwoman who has dealt with an abusive husband for 15 years. This story is about realization of one's self-worth and liberation from the abusive marriage. There is a usage of metaphor of one's self-worth and self-worth that has been used quite a times to signify different meanings. The word sweat, the title of the story, can be interpreted as one of the metaphors. Delia Jones with a sweat has earned money by washing people's clothes for running the household because Kais, her husband, is an irresponsible, drunkard and unsuccessful person who not only focuses on dominating Delia by abusing her but also threatens her by putting a rattlesnake in her washing basket. Delia mentions that a sweat has filled Sky's tummy and not vice versa. The protagonist is marginalized in two ways. Firstly, by the domination of the white, and secondly, by the husband, where he mistreats Delia Jones in every possible way. The psychology behind Sky's behavior was due to the fact that back then the Negro men were dominated by the whites so that they feel superior, and in fact they dominated their wives at home by beating and insulting to feel the power of domination. The story also explores the theme of hurting and healing. Delia was hurt by Skies due to his misbehavior, but at the end of the story, the husband creates a trap to teach Delia a lesson, but he himself falls into the trap, which sets the protagonist free from the abusive marriage. She recognizes her self-worth and fights for the freedom till the end. The hint of racism is very much evident in the story, like Delia used to wash white people's clothes, the black folks were hired by the whites back then to do their petty jobs. Delia was a washerwoman, which helped her to run her daily livelihood as well as buy a house for herself and her husband. The next it's a play called The Color Struck, where Emmeline is the character who is color obsessed and is a paranoid black woman. As a character, she fights for the dilution of the black culture. It also represents anthropological recovery. There is a Jim Crow reference as well in the play. The themes that are explored are colorism, the term coined by Alice Walker, self-destruction, hate, and blindness. The play is different from the works that are mentioned in the Fire magazine. This play discusses about colorism and the privileges that existed within the black community. Zora Neale Hudson's Color Struck uses the Southern dialect and the culture to reconnotate sex across the color line and interracial color consciousness. Next is Wallace Thurman's Cordelia the Prude, where Cordelia is presented as a prostitute who thinks profession as a game. Rejection from her lover led to become a part of prostitution, and she describes her ex-lover as, and I quote, the guy who give ma first $2. There is a sense of establishment of power when it came to pick up men. She avoided Jewish black men and half black white men. She wanted to let people know that being a black touche held power over white men. The theme of the story revolves around prostitution during the Harlem Renaissance. A young named Cordelia preferred being a prostitute rather than getting an education and do a proper job. She is dejected, and the story also reflects hypersexuality. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hypersexuality and fetishes representation of the black body. The narrative technique is from man's viewpoint, first person. The story uses imagery to point out young women resorting to prostitution, which the protagonist become, defying her parents. She has a rebellion attitude towards her family as well as the society. Now I would like to read County Cullen's work, the poem From the Dark Tower. The theme is negritude in nature, and a 14-line Petrarchan sonnet where there is a discussion of problem in octet and there is a solution in the sestet. The first line in the poem symbolizes that black people are tired of being controlled by the white people. There is a sense of revolt that is reflected. Negroes don't want to be restricted. They demand for, and I quote, what they sow is what they will reap, and not lesser men, unquote. Lesser men are the whites here. The second line represents hope laced with frustration. The word bursting reflects anger and frustration, while the word fruit reflects the result of their labor. The first two lines indicate that they will not sit and watch the fruits of their labor being plucked by the whites. They will revolt or protest against it, which is a reference given from the Islam 39. The next two lines show that they are not weak or helpless, that the whites should treat them in a certain way. The next line also indicate that they had enough and aren't going to tolerate the injustice and prejudices. The tone is dark in octet but becomes motivational in the sestet. The sestet reflects that though they are black, but in the light they will end their agonizing words, that is, they will revolt against the oppression. The last is by Langston Hughes, the poem named The Elevator Boy, where the child labor is being reflected. The boy took this job as no other job was available, and being a Negro, it was hard for him to find a job. He is tired of the job as there was only labor but no money. Slavery during that time not only meant working with the mouth shut and no demand. Upon reading this poem, it reminds me one of the famous poems of William Blake's The Chimney Sweeper, where the poet discusses about forced child labor and how these children were used to work in order to run their livelihood. The poem is melancholic in tone, where the child wants to be emancipated from the work and do something which makes him happy. So I would like to read the short poem. I got a job now, running an elevator in the Dennison Hotel in Jersey. Job ain't no good though, no money around. Jobs are just chances like everything else. Maybe a little luck now, maybe not. Maybe a good job sometimes. Step out the barrel boy. 2 new suits and a woman to sleep with. Maybe no luck for a long time. Only the elevators going up and down, or somebody else's shoes to shine, or greasy pots in a dirty kitchen. I have been running this elevator too long. Guess I'll quit now. So the works that I have just described shows how the literary works were published in the literary space gave a way to emancipate oneself from the white patriarchal society and discuss the issues that existed back in America then. The magazine gave them an identity in the society wherein they freely expressed oneself, and the readers of the magazines as well as resonated with them. In Cordelia the Crude, the protagonist tried to form her own identity by fighting the white society and choosing her own life in the form of rebellion. In Elevator Boy, the boy wishes to create his own identity, but his hands are tied due to the rules and regulations set by the white society. In Sweat, the protagonist fights with her husband to mark her own existence in her own household apart from creating one in the world. In From the Dark Tower, there is a wish to get oneself free from the clutches of the white domination and get what they really deserve out of their sheer hard work. These works are an example how the protagonists, the speaker, and the poets try to overcome the ill effects of racism in their house as well as in the society. It is their color of the skin which is an hindrance. There is a sense of liberation they all try to seek in one way or another. According to Oyton Johnson, I quote, poetry and song are basic human expression to accompany the activities of daily life, to give utterance to the joy and sorrow, to comment on life, or simply to entertain. And I unquote. The works in the little magazines thus reflected the inner feelings apart from their want to establish their identity in America in the 1920s and later on. Little magazines acted as a catalyst to boost the aspirations of the other cultural and political writers as well, and thereby the literary writers along with the social and the political writers joined hands to fight for emancipation and establish this space within the American community. Thus, the little magazines can be seen as a literary space where there is an exploration of the dynamics of race, culture, society, and identity. Overall, the literary writers shared the same goal and thoughts, just like the other Afro-Americans, to fight against racism, forged a new identity, and raised their voices against them, who gave them the marginalized tag for being black and for being a female. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anvesha. That was a wonderful presentation, and it reflected how the little magazines were some kind of, the sustainment for survival of these Black Afro-Americans. And you've mentioned a few authors and their works and how they have been trying to uplift their condition as well as make a statement about their identity. So it is an ontological process. Okay, thank you so much. I think we can take up questions at the end right now. I would invite the next speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Previously when Anvesha Basu was speaking, it went out of my mind to just introduce her, that Anvesha Basu is a PhD research scholar at the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Gifty Joseph. She is a research scholar at Christ University, Bangalore. Gifty, you can start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper is Manacled in the Collective Sense, Cultural Trauma in the Underground Railroad. So the plot goes through the life of Cora, a young slave girl on a cotton plantation in Georgia. She escapes the plantation via an underground railroad to North Carolina. The slave catcher Ridgway is in hot pursuit, and the question is whether she escapes or not at the end of the novel. So the central attention is towards the cultural trauma in the novel. Ehrman defines cultural trauma as the cultural trauma refers to a dramatic loss of identity and meaning, a tear in the social fabric affecting a group of people that has achieved some degree of cohesion. And Niels Melzer also defines cultural trauma in the following way: a memory accepted and publicly given credence by a relevant membership group and evoking an event or situation which is laden with negative effect, represented as indelible, and regarded as threatening a society's existence or violating one or more of its fundamental cultural presuppositions. We find Cora's grandmother being chained and abducted from her native land in the beginning of the novel. The novel starts with the story of Cora's grandmother, that is Ajari. Cora's grandmother had never seen the ocean before that bright afternoon in the port of Ida, and the water dazzled after her time in Fort's dungeon. The dungeon stored them until the ships arrived. The Hermain raiders kidnapped the men first, then returned to her village the next morning for the women and children, marching them in chains to the sea, 2 by 2. So the slave ship situation in which the slaves are transported is also described in the novel. The noxious air of the hold, the gloom of confinement, and the screams of those shackled to her contrived to drive Ajari to madness. Ajari is the grandmother of Cora, as I have mentioned before. So this is a story of Ajari, Mabel, and Cora. Mabel is the daughter of Ajari, and Cora is the daughter of Mabel. So this is a story of 3 generations. This is a story of 3 generations manacled in slavery, and they share a common racial unconscious. In this instance, I also remember Brutus Jones, the protagonist of The Emperor Jones by Eugene O'Neill. And Brutus Jones hallucinates a slave galley while he is trying to escape. And he also hallucinates an auction block where slaves were auctioned off. So this particular instance of slave ship and this particular instance of auctioning reminds me of the Brutus Jones instance in The Emperor Jones. And we also find out that both Ajari and Cora were sexually abused in the plantation. And we also realize that both the white men and the brown men used the bodies of the slave women violently. And Orlando Patterson says about the childhood trauma or the traumatic effect of slavery on African Americans. Another feature of slave childhood was the added psychological trauma of witnessing the daily degradation of their parents at the hands of slaveholders. To the trauma of observing their parents' humiliation was later added that of being sexually exploited by Euro-Americans on and off the estate as the children grew older. And we also find out that there was this one particular man who whipped both Ajari and Mabel. And the same man, Connolly, he whipped Cora also. Connolly, he was the same man who had whipped her grandmother and mother. This indicates transgenerational trauma, the trauma that has been handed down through generations. So different generations are reeling under the manacles of slavery. And Ajari was branded not for the first or last time and fettered to the rest of the day's acquisitions. So we see the objectification of slaves. They are mere acquisitions. They are not people. They are not given individuality. They are merely acquisitions. So this is properly pointed out by the novelist. So when we explain this, we can find out one quote by Ehrman: the trauma in question is slavery, not an institution or even experience, but as collective memory, a form of remembrance that grounded the identity formation of a people. There is a difference between trauma as it affects individuals and as a cultural process. As cultural process, trauma is mediated through various forms of representation and linked to the reformation of collective identity and the reworking of collective memory. The psychological trauma of Cora can be seen in the novel. This does not leave her even when she leaves the plantation. We may feel that once she leaves the plantation, the trauma might be left behind, but the psychological trauma follows her even to the places she goes. Thoughts she did not like wormed in from the sides, from beneath, through the cracks, from places she had battened down. So we can remember one particular quote by Kathy Carrick, a seminal theorist of trauma theory. A reflective process, trauma links past to present through representations and imagination. And Cora also remembers the ways in which the plantation workers who had escaped the plantations carried these memories later on. Even when they found jobs at factories, even when they found new life, they still had these memories within them. They could not forget. Once the chance presented itself, these memories surged into their minds. They could not completely forget the trauma. They could not completely come over the trauma. Cora remembered Caesar's words about the men at the factory who were haunted by the plantation, carrying it despite the miles. It lived in them. It still lived in all of them, waiting to abuse and taunt when chance presented itself. So when chance presented itself, this trauma again surged up and it haunted these people. There is one particular quote in the Declaration of Independence, a history of repeated injuries and usurpations. So this history of repeated injuries and usurpations are what we see in the lives of the African Americans. Their lives had been usurped from them, their property and their entire labor, all that has been usurped from them, stolen from them. This can be seen in the Declaration of Independence. And one particular example is patrol bands marauded through the slave villages and ransacked the homes of freemen, stealing and committing assault. So even freemen who were bought out of bondage, who were saved from bondage, were assaulted, were attacked. They were not still free from slavery. They were still affected by the aftermath of slavery and the system of slavery. Alexander calls this the trauma process, when the collective experience of mass disruption and social crisis becomes a crisis of meaning and identity. So there is this concept of double consciousness, whether one is an African or whether one is an American. So this African-American identity crisis, this exists. And they are not also aware, they are also aware of their freedom, but even then they are still torn between the conflict of being free and of being a slave. They are still African-Americans. So they realize that even though they are free now, they were once slaves. So the racial identity that haunts them, the racial identity that they carry with them still haunts them and it affects them. And in the novel, we also find that anti-slavery literature was illegal, who came down were one of flogged and abused. Ehrman explains this in the articulating discourse surrounding cultural trauma is a process of mediation involving alternate strategies and alternative voices. It is a process that aims to reconstitute or reconfigure a collective identity through collective representation as a way of repairing the tear in the social fabric. And the quote by Ehrman states about how collective memory becomes a part of trauma. Theories of identity formation or socialization tend to conceptualize memory as part of development of the self or personality and to locate that process within an individual with the aim of understanding human actions and their emotional basis. In such accounts, the past becomes present through the embodied reactions of individuals as they carry out their daily lives. So the past is not left behind. The past becomes a part of identity formation. Even the past continues into the present and the past becomes a part of the identity. That is why we can find certain common behavioral patterns in African Americans because of the transgenerational trauma that they face, because of the trauma that their forefathers faced. And Cora worked in a museum depicting the lives and history of African Americans. So once she escaped from the plantation and reached a new place, she got a job and she started working in a museum and that depicted the lives and history of African Americans. So there were three particular scenes. One scene was from Darkest Africa. See here this mentioned as Darkest Africa. Africa referred to as dark continent, and this prejudice, this racial stereotype is seen here. And life on the slave ship is a second scene, and typical day on the plantation is a third scene. These three particular scenes in the lives of the slaves were represented in the museum. And Cora had to act as a slave in this particular museum. That is, she just had to pretend to be a slave. She just had to pretend to be a slave. She is not an actual slave anymore. And these scenes, they represent the past of the African Americans. And the best way to describe colonialism would be stolen bodies working stolen land. Stolen land, it means it was stolen from the Native Americans. And these Native American tribes lost their land. The land was captured from them. And the labor that was introduced into this land, that was stolen bodies. Stolen bodies here means the bodies of several African Americans, and they were kidnapped from their native lands, and they were introduced, or they were brought into this new land to work till their death. And individual, as Ayman states, individual identity is said to be negotiated within the collectively shared past. Thus, while there is always a unique biographical memory to draw upon, it is described as always rooted in a collective history. This collective memory provides the individual with a cognitive map within which to orient present behavior. From this perspective, collective memory is a social necessity. Neither an individual nor a society can do without it. So there are instances in which there are attempts to shatter this collective memory. Colonialism had a significant role in dismantling this collective memory, and that is when people tried to join together, that was banned, that was avoided, and people could not form a voice of their own. Their languages, they were suppressed, their voices were suppressed. So the collective identity, it was affected in a major manner. Even then, we can find that the collective identity is formed. The collective identity is formed, and this influences the present behavior, and this also becomes a part of the trauma. So in the museum, as part of the act, Cora moves through these three scenes. The progression from plantation to slave ship to darkest Africa generated a soothing logic. It was like going back in time and unwinding of Africa. So first, she would work in she would act as if working in plantation. Then she would go back to the slave ship. Then she would return to her homeland. That this was a sequence in which the activities at the museum took place. So Ayman says that collective memory specifies the temporal parameters of past and future, where we come from and where we are going, and also why we are here now. So Cora finds that she returns to her homeland in the end, and she returns to her homeland in the end, and this can be seen as her return to the past. The feeling that people are being liberated, that sense of liberation is being generated in this particular scene. Within the narrative provided by this collective memory, individual identities are shaped as experiential frameworks formed out of, as they are embedded within narratives of past, present, and future. An important thing regarding trauma is that it always returns to haunt the survivor. It is rooted in the process of remembering. The memory is memory keeps on returning in order to haunt the survivor, and the memory keeps on returning in order to remind one of the extent of trauma that has been faced. So when forming collective memory, there is always a remembrance of the past. The past and the present are always linked, which would inevitably lead to a future which is influenced by the trauma that has been meted out to the African Americans. And we also see several atrocities mentioned in the novel. And these atrocities are ingrained in the minds of the slaves who witnessed these atrocities. Like these cruel deeds become etched into the memories of the slaves who witnessed the atrocities that had been committed against the slaves. Rander's visitors sipped spice from as Big Anthony was doused with oil and roasted. The witnesses were spared his screams, as his manhood had been cut off on the first day, stuffed in his mouth and sewn in. So not the extent of cruelty described in this particular section of the novel. Cora also witnesses the execution of a slave girl who tried to escape. She sees several corpses when she reaches North Carolina. And her friendship with Caesar, a fellow slave, can be addressed in terms of the feeling of collective spirit. Ehrman says, collective memory is conceived as the outcome of interaction, a conversational process within which individuals this dialogic process is for both individuals, and also find that Sam's house has been white man and his house African Americans for helping them to escape. And another atrocious notion of racial segregation is evident in the words of Jameson. For the separate nation, we have condemnation of a lesser race, not that lesser race here. And the whites are denoted as the superior race. So there is no way that that races can be differentiated in terms of superiority and inferiority. But here, in those times, the African American people were denoted as the lesser race. The black horde has been beaten by correcting the mistake made years ago at this nation's nativity. Some, like our brothers just over the state line, have embraced the absurd notion of nigger uplift. So the situation of escaped slave women are also described here, because these slave women believe that they are no longer slaves. They have their own new lives. They live in new dormitories, and they do not engage in slave work anymore. They have their own good work, which gives them remuneration and wages. But the fact is that these women were forced to adopt family planning measures. Like they were forced to adopt family planning measures, and they could not have a choice. Once a woman gives birth to 2 children, she was forced to conduct surgeries to conduct surgeries so that she would not be able to give birth to children anymore. And Cora describes the situation of slave women. The women had gone to bed in their dormitories, believing themselves free from white people's control and commands about what they should do and be, that they managed their own affairs. But the women were still being herded and domesticated, not pure merchandise as formerly, but livestock, bred, neutered, penned in dormitories that were like coops or hutches. And the cultural trauma can be seen evidently in this particular paragraph from the novel. They had been stolen from villages all over Africa and spoke a multitude of tongues. The words from across the ocean were beaten out of them over time, for simplicity, to erase their identities, to smother uprisings. Conley once put out a slave's eyes for looking at words. So people were smothered down. Their reaction to oppression was smothered down, and they had no chance to speak. They had no chance to assemble against the oppression. Maurice Halbach's opinion regarding collective memory is this. Memory is collective in that it is supra-individual, and individual memory is conceived in relation to a group, be this geographical, positional, ideological, political, or generationally based. And there is one particular slave catcher named Ridgway. Ridgway is in pursuit of Cora. He attempts to capture Cora, and he succeeds to a certain extent. But in the end, Cora escapes from him. And this is Ridgway's unstoppable racial logic. If niggers were supposed to have their freedom, they wouldn't be in chains. If the red man was supposed to keep hold of his land, it would still be his. If the white man wasn't destined to take this new world, he wouldn't own it now. So this is a completely pseudo-logical statement. There is no logic in this, because the white man was able to capture land from the Native Americans. It doesn't mean that it was supposed to be that way. It doesn't mean that it's the right way of things. So the atrocities committed by the white people were justified by this foolish racial logic. And of course, the slaves were treated as objects. So let's see the part from the novel which describes the objectification of slaves. A young buck from strong tribal store got customers in a froth. A slave girl squeezing out pups was like a mint, money that bred money. If you were a thing, a cart or a horse or a slave, your value determined your possibilities. So Ammon says, the trauma of forced servitude and of nearly complete subordination to the will and whims of another was thus not necessarily something directly experienced by many of the subjects of this study, but came to be central to their attempts to forge a collective identity out of its remembrance. So the servitude and subordination forced upon people that helped in a way in forming a collective identity, because all these people were slaves and they had this sense of collective identity among them, but that could not help them in the beginning to achieve freedom. It only helped them in a later phase to achieve freedom. And the idea of servitude and subordination that has been thrust upon these people, that was not properly inspected in the earlier phase of freedom movements of the African Americans. It was only studied in a later phase. And the fact that African Americans deserved equal chance of living, that they deserved equal chance of opportunities, that was recognized only in a later phase. And we know that there were segregated places for Africans, African Americans and whites. And I remember seeing a picture, like there was a particular tab. There was one separate tab for the African Americans and another separate tab for the whites. And of course, the quality, there was difference in the quality of the construction of these tabs also. And this particular segregation that has been forced upon the people, it is inspected in the novel in a vivid manner by Colson Whitehead. Colson Whitehead is the author of The Underground Railroad. Colson Whitehead has revealed the historical context of slavery in a really touching manner, and he has explored the historical facts that slavery holds within itself as a system. And the novel presents the life of a girl and her intense desire to escape the bonds of slavery and her final success at escaping. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gifty Joseph, for that presentation. You had talked about the slaves of the railroad and how collective memory and collective identities were suppressed. They were often not recognized, and how women had to go through painful periods of sexual, mental, physical suppression. We would take up the questions at the end. I would now invite the next speaker. And I'm not very sure about the timing as to how long the delegates are supposed to speak. So I think it is an average of 20-25 minutes. The host might enlighten me on this. I think we are well in time. So
Yes.
thank you, Gifty. And we'll move on to the next speaker, next presenter, in fact.
Yes. In order to just clear the doubt that ma'am has said, the paper presenters are supposed to present their papers for 15 minutes, 1-5. For 15 minutes, a bit extension of 2-3 minutes would be fine, but please try to stick to that.
Yes, so please try to wind up within 15 minutes. We can, of course, give, an extra 2 to 3 minutes, because that would help others who are waiting, and there are sessions after this as well. Okay, so the third speaker of today's session.
Yes, ma'am. The third speaker is Nurul Hoda. Nurul Hoda is a research scholar in English at the School of Studies in Language and Literature at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Mr. Hoda, you can start your presentation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Hello everyone, greetings of the day. I am Nurul Hoda, a research scholar from India, presenting my paper on neo-slave narrative and freedom, a reading of Zora Neale Hurston's Jonas Goldwyn. For the purpose of the presentation, I have divided the whole paper into three basic parts, and where the first part will help you to find the first part into the three parts, and where the first part will help you to have a glimpse of a new slave narrative and freedom in the historical context of and will lead us to the analysis of the text Jonas Goldwyn, followed by the concluding part, so that we can have a better understanding of the findings. So at the very outset, let me introduce you the concept of the new slave narrative and freedom. The term new slave narrative is not a new one, and it emerged in Afro-American literature after the Civil War and or along with the abolition of slavery. New slave narrative, as Ashraf H.A. Rushdie puts, is by the powerless who make history happen from the bottom up. Amidst the events of the civil rights movement, the present provided a perspective on the past, which historians could use to gauge their assumptions about how oppressed people behaved, unquote. Slave narratives are basically the first-hand experience of the fugitive slaves who documented their life experiences during life experience during or after the Civil War. But the postbellum decades witnessed both the opening up of new opportunities for former slaves and the continuation of old racial hierarchies and prejudices under new forms. As Dr. Titas De Sarkar sir was highlighting in the very beginning of his keynote address, that the increased number of female slavery or enslavement in the ratio here in Jonas Goldwyn that gives us the insight and in-depth view of the post-emancipation and post-reconstruction era. We find that Amy, being a former slave and woman, and she is one of the protagonist characters, and she gave birth to a child whose father is actually her former master, Alf Pearson, a white man. But Zora Neale Hurston delineates Amy's life as a married woman and is actually referring to how Amy augmenting the slavery in a new form. Readers may find her as a former slave under a white and male, and even after her freedom, after the abolition of slavery, she is still a slave, but under a black and male. She prefers to be tortured by a black than work under a white anymore, as she is having the freedom now. She is married to Ned, a black, and has 2 children along with John, whose biological father is a white. So we are having a mixed or hybrid culture living together in a family or Crittenden family, whose head is a black and former slave as well, namely Ned Crittenden, who is now enjoying the freedom, but having the psychological unrest as he cannot dominate John Buddy, Amy's son, and neither he is able to sow his patriarchal male chauvinism. Though he tortures Amy in various ways he can think of. This makes it clear that women are not helped by black men. The name is found with John Buddy and the same is found with John Buddy and Lucy. The novel also beautifully delineates the how economical hegemony still exists even after their freedom, achieved by the abolition of slavery. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar says, as it was also quoted by Dr. Titas Desai, that slavery is a state of society. In the very opening of the novel, we learn from Amy how Ned is treated by his master, or rather say the landlord, to whom Ned works as a sharecropper, and he cannot claim his hard-earned money from Mr. Beasley. Even Ned agrees with Beasley's assertion that the Cretendans have too many mouths to feed. Abolition has brought freedom to the Afro-Americans, but the economic hold is still at the hand of the bourgeois and whites. Alf Pearson, a white man who is the biological father of John, for which John has a brighter skin and thereby a mulatto, gives all opportunities to John to flourish economically. Actually, the freedom through the Civil War did not bring them a structured development. Even the promises were not fulfilled by the US Confederacy, like, to quote, 40 acres and a mule, etc. Afro-Americans still continued suffering the economical hegemony and powerlessness. White terrorist organizations like Ku Klux Klan, Jim Crow laws, etc., choked the social mobility of the Black people. The reflection is observed when Ned warns John of being lynched if he inclines outside the door to see the passers-by walking along their home. So it is obvious that the abolition did not actually abolish the fear in Black, as the societal will is still held on White's hand. When Ned choked Amy's throat, John prevents Ned very forcefully, and this makes him angrier than he feeds him, and he cannot beat him. When Ned kills someone and flees somewhere for a job, the landlord did not consider him to be eligible for work, except when he sees John, a mulatto. We also see the racial discrimination still practiced in the post-emancipation Black family. The novel Jonas Goldwyn predominantly shows the practice of racial discrimination in Black society than in whites. For this, Hurston herself was criticized by her contemporaries, that she's a white appeasing writer. The protagonist of the novel, John Buddy, is ill-treated by his stepfather, Ned, and made him flee. But it also brings a new opportunity for him when he meets Pearson, Alf Pearson, the white and wealthy person. Although the freedom and economic prosperity did not give him, though the freedom and economic prosperity did not give him the peace of mind for his infidelity, as he used to have a relationship with so many other women when he is having his own wife. So in the conclusion, it may be said that the abolition of slavery failed to bring the peace and happiness of freedom, as power and hegemony worked more harshly in Black societies than in whites. As a result of their domination using power and hegemonic ideologies, I must quote Foucault here, power is everywhere, not because it embraces everything, but because it comes from everywhere. There is a complex social matrix of the new slave narratives expressed and or understood by the researchers and writers. The matrix of the new slave narratives gets a different dimension when it is related to the freedom. Let me quote a few lines from John Barber. Ah, freedom is a noble thing. Freedom makes man to have liking. Freedom all solace to man gives. He lives at ease that freely lives. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Have you finished, Mr. Huda?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for that very crisp and prompt, a very concise paper. You were speaking on how after the abolitionist movement, former slaves who had been in a mixed house setup, which means they had been in a family where there was a mixed white, colored, and black constitution, how the dynamics would change according to patriarchy, according to color, according to the trauma of once being a slave and now free. So a very crisp presentation nevertheless. Thank you. Now we welcome the next speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. The next speaker is Aditi Mishra. She is a postgraduate scholar at the Department of English, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut campus. Over to you, Aditi.
Yes.
Can you share, can you see my screen?
No, it's not visible yet.
Okay, just a second.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so is it visible now? I hope it is.
Visible now.
Okay. So first of all, a very good afternoon to the organizing committee and chairperson of the conference and everyone listening to me today. I'm Aditi Mishra, a postgraduate English literature scholar from CCS State University, Meerut, India. And today I'm going to present my paper on title, A Study of Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome in the Selected Poems of Langston Hughes. So before getting into the paper, I would like to seek for the permission of Honorable Chairperson to begin with my paper. Yeah. So as we are studying about the post-traumatic slave syndrome, so it gets us very important to understand what post-traumatic slave syndrome is all about. So post-traumatic slave syndrome is a concept that was given by Dr. Joy DeGruy in 2005 in her book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndromes, America's Legacy of Enduring Injury and Healing. If I say in her words that it is a condition that existed as a consequence of a multi-generation oppression of African-American descendants, resulting from centuries of chattel slavery, which was predicted on the belief that African-American were inherently and genetically inferior to white people. And this was then followed by the institutionalized racism, which continues to perpetuate the injury. So if I have to explain it in very simple words, then the post-traumatic slave syndrome is the amplification of the trauma of slavery, having been so absolute and so profound and debilitating that it was sustained over years and years, and plus the post-slavery years, and it continues reverberating emotionally and behaviorally. So we can say that it's a historical, psychological, and social impact of the brutality that African Americans faced. Now, when we have just talked about the post-traumatic slave syndrome, it's basically, if I have to tell how it gets into the African-American people after the slavery, then it's because of social transmission theory. Because when they were freed from the slavery, no therapy or no healing, no group healing was given to them. And that is why it was transmitted from mother to son to father, and it still continued in the people. Now let us see what are the symptoms of post-traumatic slave syndrome. In psychology, we'll call it symptoms. And if we have to read it in respect of literature, then we'll call it the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome, which we could find in the literary work. So very first is the weakened self-esteem, which we can see in the poet of the Langston Hughes, which I have taken into the consideration. Feeling of hopelessness, depression, a grief, self-destructive feeling, and a feeling of foreshortened future. And the violence against the self or the property, including the members of your own group and friends, relative acquaintances, and etc. And it's even the anger and the violence against the self, against the society, the racist socialization and learned helplessness. And these are some of the symptoms or the elements which you can even find in the in the poems of Langston Hughes or any African American writer. Now coming to the Langston Hughes, as we are going to read about Langston Hughes, we're going to find the elements of post-traumatic slave syndrome in the selected poems. So just know who was Langston Hughes. So James Mercer Langston Hughes was the key figure of Harlem Renaissance, an African-American writer who vividly depicted the sufferings of African-American people. He was a poet and a writer by profession, and through his executed literary composition, he delineated the woes of Black people. And that is why he was even termed as the poet of the people. In fact, he was more than just a poet. If I have to define it, then he was a great writer in almost any genre we can even think of. And Langston Hughes and his writing were often concerned with the Black Black lives, and one of his work, the very famous work, The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain, eventuated as the manifesto for the young Black American writers. As this paper deals with the post-traumatic slave syndrome and the selected poems, which makes it very important to know what Langston Hughes was a child, not only what he turned out to be as an adult, but what his infancy was all about. So Langston Hughes had very grim childhood, and in one of the interview, Alice Walker tells that the thing which attracted me towards Langston was the difficulty he had as a child. The perplexities in his life began soon after his birth. Soon after his birth, his father left him and later filed for a divorce, although he had his own reasons to leave the family. He was a Black person and who was not allowed to practice law, and that's why it was getting very hard for him to earn the living for the family. His mother, Carrie, in order to produce a job, traveled from one place to another, and that's why she left him with her mother, like the Carrie's mother, Langston's grandmother. And the initial years of Langston Hughes, he was raised by his grandmother, the very year from where a child gets the base. He gets that base from his grandmother, and this made an enormous impact over his writings, because it was his grandmother who made him realize again and again that they were the people who fought against the slavery, that they never accepted it. In fact, the grandfather of Langston Hughes, he really fought with John Brown against the institution of the slavery. And this was the phase and the circumstances in which a person develops the post-traumatic slave syndrome, and the same happened with Langston Hughes. Now let us see what were the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome in his poem. So the first poem which I have taken into the consideration is the Weary Blues. So Weary Blues, if I had to define it very simply, like let me explain the background of the Weary Blues. Then in this particular poem, the speaker hears a song being played by an African-American man on the street, and where the speaker could really feel the emotions throughout of the piano and the song. And the singer sings about his realization of not being happy and satisfied anymore. He wants to die as he has no one in this world. And later he decides to stop complaining about his troubles after wondering so hard and after working so hard, and he had become so weary and exhausted from his late night work that when he goes to sleep, he feels like he is dead. Now coming to the elements of the poem, the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome. Let me take the pen. Yeah. So now finding the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome, when we very first look at the title of the poem, that's the Weary Blues. So when we go to the literal meaning of the Weary Blues, it's all about the music that express the exhaustion, but the metaphorical meaning is that someone is being so funk and so frustrated that he cannot escape that particular situation. He cannot escape that sorrow he had. Okay, so very quickly coming to the poem. Drowning a drowsy synocryptic tune. Synocryptic, the ups and downs. The very first line, the ups and downs which a person faces, rocking back and forth to a mellow croon. So croon again here is a soft voice. It's less a voice, more a cry. I heard a Negro play. Direct attack on a Negro. I heard a Negro pray down on the Lenox Avenue. So it could have been on the Lenox Avenue, upon the Lenox Avenue, but we can see the symptoms of the post-traumatic slave syndrome, which we read just before. So down, looking at having a feeling of an insecurity, having inferiority complex, looking down at the Lenox Avenue, Lenox Avenue is a place where these Negro people used to live. By the pale, dull pallor. So pale, dull pallor is also something which stands for unhealthy appearance of an old gaslight. He did a lazy sway, to the tunes of those Weary Blues with his ebony hands. See the dichotomy which is made by the Langston Hughes, unconsciously, of course. Hands on the ivy key, the black hands and the ivy key. So there's so much dissimilarity between blacks and whites. He made the poor piano moan with melody. The pain is so much that even the piano is moaning. So you can see the gravity of the pain that Black person had, or that African American had, and the elements the particular words which reflect the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome. Swaying to and fro on his rickety stool. So rickety is something again which stands for a very weak ways, a very insecure ways. Again, the feeling of insecurity could be seen. So the base is insecure. From where he's sitting, he played a sad raggy tune. The tune is sad and it is raggy as well. So raggy is like being worn out. It has been played so much that it has been ragged. The musical full sweet blues coming from the black man's soul in the deep song voice with a melancholy tone. Again, the element of melancholy could be seen. I heard the Negro sing the old piano moan. So there is a critique who even says that the moaning of the piano is the realization of the black man's soul. It's not just the piano moaning, but it's the black man's soul who is moaning. I ain't got nobody in the world. So the feeling of loneliness. I ain't got nobody in this world. Ain't got nobody but myself. I'm going to quiet my frowning and put my troubles on my shelf. Again, there are so many words which we can find: the annihilation, the dissatisfaction, the feeling of loneliness in his poem. Trum, trum, trum. I went to the foot on the floor. He played few chords and he sang some more. I got the very blues. I can't be satisfied. So again, the feeling of dissatisfaction, although he got the very blues, but he's still dissatisfied. And this, the feeling of dissatisfaction is, shown at the two places. I ain't happy no more. I'm not happy with what is going around. The feeling of unhappiness is again what we read earlier in the symptoms of post-traumatic slave syndrome. I wish that I had died. A feeling of foreshortened future. And far into the night, he crooned that tune. The stars went out, so did the moon. So stars and the moons. Okay, maybe the poet is talking about the morning is going to come, but stars, twinkling stars in the moon somewhat shows us a pleasurable condition, a condition that is very pleasant for all. But now the pleasant condition is going. The stars and the moons are going. The singer stopped playing and went to the bed. While the weary blues echoes in his head, he slept like a rock. So after working, we all sleep with a feeling of satisfaction, with a feeling of hope for a better tomorrow, for a better future. But here he sleeps like a rock, with no feelings, no hope for tomorrow, no emotions, just like a dead body with no soul. Coming to his another poem very quickly, Harlem, which has also subtitled The Dream Deferred. So Harlem, okay, what happens to a dream deferred? So very first line, dream deferred. He's not talking about the deferred dream. He's talking about the dream deferred, like of many dreams that has been deferred. And these dreams are of many people. And his dream is not about, he's talking about something that becoming a king or a queen or attaining a superior position in society. The dream is of getting a bread for tomorrow, getting a life till tomorrow, waking up tomorrow and looking at tomorrow's sun. Okay, so now, does it dry up like a raisin in the sun? So this is a rhetorical question, that this dry up is something when things dry up, it loses its luster, it loses his life, the spirit in it, just like a raisin in the sun. So the whole is not left now. The pieces are left, the whole is no more there. It has been dry up. Or fester like a sore. So we can see the simile as used, fester and the sore. And then it runs. So the poet is continuously saying that what happens when you don't achieve what you get. Of course, he's not achieving for something very high or something very much. He's just wants to ask about a dream to live till tomorrow. And I'm sorry, I just had to drink water. Okay. So it fester like a sore, it's a stink like a sore, so like an open wound. And what happens when open wound gets infected? It ruins your whole body. So this is what happens, like when your dream to live gets infected, it ruins your whole life and it runs. It does stink like a rotten meat, something you wanted so much, a dream you wanted to live your life, but now it's rotten meat. And it has crusted like sugar. So it was not a crust in sugar over like a syrupy sweet. So it is no more smooth or glacy now. It has crust like in sugar. It has crystals in your life. It has hurdles in your life. So someone wanted to do something, someone wanted to achieve something, but now because the dream has been deferred, so now it is not that easy for the person. And in fact, the person is moreover disgusted by the dream because it has crushed it has crushed like sugar easily, or maybe it just sags like a heavy load. So because once you had a dream, but now it's no more like a dream, it is something that I'm sorry, it is something that is wearing you down. You are carrying the load of the dream. It's like a heavy load onto you now. And something, it has become weight more than like a disappointment, and you're wearing the weight of that disappointment. Or does it explode? Now, the most powerful, and here is not asking any rhetorical question, but he's giving in a statement that what happens when a dream is deferred? Does it explode? Their exploration is this particular line is in italics actually, and it shows the act of violence. And the dream deferred sometimes results in the form of exploration. And this is not a physical exploration, this could be a self-exploration. This could explode, could happen within you, within yourself. So you can see the powerful elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome. The self-destructiveness, which we read in the symptoms of post-traumatic slave syndrome, could be found in his poem. The next poem I have taken into consideration is Mother to Son. So keeping the time management into consideration, I would just not go very much into the detail, but here in this particular poem, a mother is telling her son that the hardships she faced in her life, and she's asking her son, son, you be ready to face these hardships. But the whole lot of poem where the mother nowhere seems to be proud of her hardships. Rather, she's telling her son that life for her was not a crystal stair, and her son should be prepared for such a life, which will not be a very much crystal stair. So instead of motivating, of course, she's motivating her son at a point, but still, we can find the elements of post-traumatic slave syndrome in this particular poem, because she is not proud of what she did. She did an excellent job. She passed the hurdles, all the obstacles in her life. Still, she is not very much happy. She is not proud while explaining her son about her difficulties. Instead, she is very much sorrowful, telling that life was for her was not a crystal stair. She climbed the ladders and this and that. So a white mother would have been very much proud, but this African mother, because the post-traumatic slave syndrome could be seen in the poem of African Americans, so she's not very much proud of it. So these were the elements which I tried to find out in the poems of Langston Hughes, basically the elements of post-traumatic slave syndrome. And these were not something that is consciously present in the poem, but the unconscious mind, because every African-American person who was not given the therapy, no one was given the therapy, no group healing was done. So they suffered due to this post-traumatic slave syndrome. So with these words, I rest my tongue. Okay, thank you so much.
Isha ma'am, are you there? Ma'am?
Hello? Yes, thank you for that wonderful paper. Now, do we have any more paper presenters right now?
We have the last one of this panel.
Okay. Now, yes, since there are 5 paper presenters, I think we'll handle the questions at the end, though I hope those who need to question are writing them, noting them down, and we will have, I think, 10 minutes for the questions, because we can't afford very many questions. So 1 question per 1 presenter, we can have something like that. People who are coordinating can look into that. And we now invite the next and the last paper presenter of the session.
Thank you,
Yes.
ma'am. The last paper presenter of this technical session 1 is Arunima Singh. She is a postgraduate student at the Department of English, Tilka Manjhi Bhagalpur University of Bhagalpur, Bihar. Arunima, you can start your presentation. Arunima, you're muted.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. My topic is the concept of slavery and womanhood in Toni Morrison's Beloved. So, as Toni Morrison and her fiction tell the very historical saga of American society, and Beloved is no exception to that. Held as her magnum opus, the novel Beloved, published in 1987, deals with the scenario of bleak world, where the custom of slavery in America was at its peak. The effect of slavery and its disgusting offshoots find expression through the oppressed character. Loss, pain, suffering, and trauma all become an inseparable part of this African American work. Thus, keeping in view of this very disastrous environment, or you can say atmosphere of slavery and the suppression there, as a human and as a woman both, uh, consequences in traumatic effect, or rather psychological treatment of their uh, physical order, or you can say the very disruptive identity of them, as it studies the concept of disruptive experience that profoundly impacts the self, emotional organization, and perception of the external world, and that suffering which is unpresentable. So I would like to talk about uh, the very psychological aspects uh, on the women character in Beloved. Means to talk of that very approach is to talk of the African American aspect of the novel. Morrison here listens and gives voice uh, to those women, uh, to those women, or to those people whom the novel's epilogue calls the disremembered and unaccounted for. It is an exploration of the experience of slavery and its aftermath from the perspective of those who were enslaved, an investigation of the nature of love and of the ways that love in all its forms is shaped by and shapes particular historical circumstances. It is just not a book, but it is all about uh, the very interpretation of human in various environment they face uh, while living or after death. uh, Morrison writes Beloved after reading a historical text about a traumatized slave that affects her psychologically. Here is also a psychological aspect on her, on the writer herself. So, and then she attempts to fill in the psychological space between African American today and their ancestors by reimagining an inherited past. Carolyn Roddy notes that Beloved is, I'm quoting that very thing, a historical novel. Morrison rewrites the life of the historical figure, Margaret Garner, inspired by a true event where Garner, a slave woman from Kentucky, attacks on her children in order to change their dismal destiny due to slavery in America. She didn't want her child to be a slave again like her. Whatever she faced earlier, she didn't want that very future. She didn't want to give that future to her children. Beloved tells the story of Seed, a young former slave woman living on the outskirts of uh, Ohio, who in 1873 is visited by the ghost of Beloved. Beloved is believed to be her daughter, who had killed as a baby a month after her escape from Kentucky Plantation, which is also called a Sweet Home, and on the point of her family recapture into slavery. This is a tale that demands the complexity of through which Morrison tells it. Multiple narrative voice, a disruptive chronology, a piecemeal revelation of events. Though Morrison is known for her very home and house concept, elusiveness of the characters, amalgamation of aesthetic integrity and political effectiveness. Her subject is also based on African American experiences, and she rejected even the compartmentalization that she didn't want to write about the very feminist no feminist thing. She rejected that very title that was given to her. Her call and response tradition of African American, and finally the humorous and witty things that is very ironical in her novels, it is presented. So the most fascinating thing about the novel is its traumatic impact on the characters, which is very mm, Morrisonian way. She wrote it in her manner. The word trauma, that is trauma and womanhood. I'm just equating both of the things together. So the trauma, which is Greek in origin, means wound, injury, damage caused by external threat or violence. But trauma that Morrison deals with is emotional wound, a shocking event which her character endures, and its effects in the mental and the physical status of the victim. Here, Seed, Beloved, and Denver are the victims of maltreatment, haunted by particular past events, or are witnessing the painful trauma of others. As Maya Angelou says, there is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you. So in Morrison's case, she is bearing an agony. You can say that, or we can literature people can equate this very thing that she by herself is dealing with something that she wanted to reflect through her characters, or tell the story through through her characters. So the story within needs an outburst of emotion in a way to find a healing process. So it's all about the healing process, and what you call the very thing that is African American and the slavery, the Civil War, and slavery, and the concept of slavery and womanhood is very they are they are very interlinked. They are interlinked together. So we cannot take uh, this trauma effect apart from the womanhood concept. They are talking for the self, they are talking by the self, and there is a quest for the self. So the identity crisis is always there in the novel. So concept of slavery and womanhood is thoroughly present in the work Beloved. Thank you so much. I want to conclude my paper here. Hello.
Yes, we are waiting for Professor Isha to join.
Thank you, Shudipta, for your presentation. Yes, you had talked about Morrison's
Sorry, it's
Beloved.
Arunima.
And, oh, sorry,
Beloved.
Arunima. So, well, you have talked about her from the perspective of, the slave narratives in relation to Beloved. And there is also another interesting facet of this text, which I feel there would be questions and I would be able to enlighten. Let me see what questions are available. Yes, we can start the question answer session right now. Are there any questions?
There is one question, ma'am, in the chat box.
Yes.
This is for Aditi.
Okay.
And it says, ma'am, you were talking on the post-traumatic slave syndrome. I just want to know that how the post-traumatic slave syndrome is different from the post-traumatic slave disorder. This is a question from Shinchan Mahato, who is our student. So, Aditi, are you there? Aditi, are you there? I think she's not there. Okay.
She's very much here, ma'am.
She's not
She's unable
the
to talk.
co-host. That's why she's not able to join, ma'am.
Okay. Rimati, are you there? Can you make Aditi the co-host again?
Can we have the next question for some other presenter, maybe?
We will come back to Aditi.
Yes, we can come back to her later on if she's off, if she's gone online. I mean offline.
Yes. Next question. If there are no other questions in the chat box, if any other paper presenters want to ask any question to any other paper presenters of this panel, you're free to do so.
Okay, I think I have made some changes in the settings. So Aditi, ma'am, you can unmute yourself now. You can try. I have changed the setting just now.
I can try.
Yeah, I think it's working.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
So actually the question, okay, so your question was what is difference between post-traumatic slave syndrome and post-traumatic slave disorder? Actually, the both are the same things. Disorder is something, okay, so when we are doing any study, we will do the study for the syndrome. So what were the signs or the symptoms in that particular, so if I am doing the study in literature, so I'll look for the elements of the post-traumatic slave syndrome, right? But when you're looking as a psychologist, you're looking in a patient, then you will look at for a disorder. So disorder is a disease, and syndrome is kind of element, kind of, you can say, the characteristics in very simple words, if I have to say, the signs and the symptoms in the particular person to look for, or in a particular work to find about. But when I'm talking about the disorder, the person is already affected with that particular thing, and I'm looking in a patient, not in any kind of particular literary work or any sociological work. I hope I have made myself clear. If you have any such doubt, please do let me know. I'll make it more clear.
Okay. Does any of you have any questions to our paper presenters? Okay, there is a question for Arunima Singh from Nilanjan. Can you comment on how the magic realist narrative in Beloved contributes to the subversive politics in the text? Arunima?
I think she's muted. Is she muted?
Unmute yourself.
I have requested her to unmute herself.
I have also asked her to unmute.
Okay.
I think she's not there, I guess. So do we have any other question? Let's wait for Arunima. In the meantime, do we have any other questions? Paper presenters, any questions? You can directly ask that. Anybody? And I guess Arunima is not here.
So do we call this session to a close, or do we wait for them to come back and?
I think, ma'am, there is some kind of problem on her side, I guess. So she's not here at this moment. So if you want to say anything to our paper presenters, you're free to go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to thank each one of them, and I wish if Gifty could have given us, some more ideas about how the slaves of the railroad. There is a very elaborate historical perspective on the railroad, the time when it was being built, and how those slaves were actually, buried lengthwise along that track. And there is a voluminous history from not only from the perspective of literature, but from the perspective of, it's a sociological account on how some of these slaves were practicing voodoo. And from voodoo, they were all, bunched together as black magicians, and they were executed. And right now I can get back with the name of this book later on, as to how a couple of 10,000 slaves were buried along the railroad, and how they were executed. And there were quite many male slaves as well. When we look at slave narratives, we often tend to highlight on the female narratives, because we think that, being females, they were doubly oppressed, first by their own males, and then again by the white male under a patriarchal setup, and then the sociological oppression, or physical and mental traumas, whatever. But yes, in spite of the female, concept of the slave that we already have, the male slaves were no less exploited, because the first thing when we understand slavery is that they were separated from their families. No two slaves, being husband and wife, could stay together. Even the children were separated. So this was the very basis of the slavery. Even after the abolitionist movement, you see, they couldn't relocate to their families. So that is a sociological history, and there are various narratives, not in the form of prose, poetry, and novel. There are a huge body of letters which these slaves are writing to the management, to the the government, on retrieving their lost families. And that could be a PhD by itself, this collection of beautiful letters written in half English, broken English, Creole English. Okay, and that is another area where I think very less work has been undertaken. So thank you so much for offering me a chance to chair this session. If I don't know if any of the presenter has come back. If they have, then she or he could, once more answer the question, or if not, then I would request the coordinator to formally end the session. Thank you so much, everybody, the presenters and the organizers and the HOD.
Yes, ma'am. Arunima Singh, are you back yet? Arunima Singh? She has just responded in the chat box that she couldn't. Yes. Okay. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm very here.
There is a question for you in the chat box that can you comment on how the magic realist narrative in Beloved contribute to the subversive politics in the text?
I think magical realist device is one of the forte Morrison has been indulged with. Means the very name of the ghost, that is Beloved, is itself a Morrisonian manner of representing the magical realism.
Yes.
So it itself is a collective memory of Black community, where she's the ghost is there to make other people remind their dismal past, or to tell their own story to others. She enables other to assert their own past to people present there. So I think this is the very magical, realist aspect of the novel. If I'm not wrong, if there is something more, you can tell me for sure.
Thank you so much, Arunima. Uh, uh, to end on this note, thank you so much, Professor Isha. Thank you for accepting
Thank
our
you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Isha. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation on a very short notice. We look forward to your participation in other conferences or other lectures that we host in our college, in our
Sure, I'd love to. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, ma'am. And also for this session, I would like to thank all the paper presenters who took out time in sending their abstracts. Then again, all the formalities that we always had asked you to perform, you had always done that with diligence, with sincerity. Thank you so much for that. We look forward to your attendance. We look forward to your participation in the next panel, as well as also in the next 2 days, the sessions in the next 2 days to come. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much again, ma'am. We look forward to your participation again in the department.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Sudipta, could you please brief our participants regarding the next session, when we are going to begin it, and what are the prerequisites to be there?
The participants of the next session, the next session starts from 3:30, I guess. Okay, so participants, you can take a 5 minutes break. Okay, and please be there around 3:20 or 3:25. Okay, and the rest of the directions.
Shudipta, call out the name of the participants for the next session.
Yeah, also if we could have the participants at 3:20, because we are asking our chair to join us at 25.
Okay,
so
yeah, please
get them all together
Yes.
before the chair joins.
They can check their audio, video, and everything.
Yes. The participants are, please listen out to your names properly. Shomaila Mahmood Khan, you will be the first one. The second one is Dr. Syed Imtiaz Jukalkar. The third participant is Dr. Nilanjan Chakrabarti. Fourth, Sandeep Longmailai. Fifth, Shalini Shah. And the sixth paper presenter is Heba Ahmed. If you are here, if you have heard your name, please be there for the next paper, for the next technical session. We will see you at 3:20, and please be there at 3:20. Thank you so much, all of you.
Sudipta, I have a question.
Yes, please.
Is it okay if I switch off my video when I am not presenting and switch it on only when I am presenting? Is that okay?
Yes, it's fine.
Absolutely fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Yes, when you are presenting your paper, switch on your video, and the rest of the time you can just switch it off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
If you have heard your name, please be there for the next. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Right.
Okay.
Yes. Shall we start or do we wait for?
Just wait for 2 minutes.
Sure, sure.
Let's see if we have all the paper presenters or not. Just 2 minutes.
Right.
Does any paper presenter here has a PowerPoint presentation or anything you want to like to just check before we start the technical session? Okay, Shalini Shah. Okay, just Shalini, please wait a bit. You will be made the co-host. Just wait for a minute. Rimadi, are you there?
Yeah, Shudipta, I'm there.
Shalini Shah is there and Sandeep Longmaila is there. If you could make them the co-host.
Yes, wait a minute. Okay. I think we have all our paper presenters.
Yes.
And I have made everybody co-host. Could you please just check it?
Yes, you have made everybody the co-host.
Okay, fine.
Yes. Okay. Now all of you can, all the paper presenters can unmute themselves according to their own way. So shall we start? It's 3:31.
Okay, so I'm starting the recording and I'm starting the YouTube live as well. All right.
Yes. Okay, shall we start?
Yes, sure, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to the second technical session of the 3-day online international conference. Now, this session, before beginning with the session, before introducing the chair, I would just like to say a few things that the paper presenters get a time of 15 minutes. Please try to wrap up within the 15 minutes. And apart from the 15 minutes, you can take 1 or 2 minutes extra, but it would be very good if you try to jot it down, try to conclude within those 20 minutes, within those 15 minutes time. The next thing is we will be taking all the questions for the paper presenters. We will be taking all the questions at the end of the session, at the end of the technical session. After all the 6 paper presenters have presented their papers, we will be taking the questions together. So you will be able to post the questions in the chat box, which will be open for you. And we will be taking up in the later half of the technical session. Now, this technical session number 2 will be chaired by Dr. Shoaib Akram. Thank you so much, sir, for being there. Dr. Shoaib Akram is an assistant professor in the Department of English at Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata, since 2016. Prior to this, he taught at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, Lucknow campus, in the capacity of a contractual lecturer from 2012 to 2016. He did his master's and doctorate in English from English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. His doctoral thesis was on a critical discourse analysis of Mahesh Dattani's select plays. His areas of interest includes critical linguistics, Indian English literature, cultural studies, and theory. He has presented many papers in national and international conferences and has many publications in various journals. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. A warm welcome to all esteemed paper presenters, and on behalf of the institute, I welcome you all for this seminar on histories of slavery research, perspectives on narratives of enslavement and freedom, organized by Surendranath College, Calcutta. So we have 6 papers which shall be presented in this particular session, that is second technical sessions. We have the first paper. I would be calling out the papers, and if you are there, we can start straight away. The first paper is on gender inequality and cultural resistance in Monica Ali's Brick Lane and Shashi Deshpande's Roots and Shadows. It will be presented by Shumaila Mahmood Khan, a research scholar from Aligarh Muslim University. Over to you, Shumaila.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon, sir, and to all present here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for arranging this conference, and at the same time, I'm thankful for giving me an opportunity.
I'm sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Your voice is too low. Could you please speak in a earphone or a microphone?
Okay, sir. Wait a second. Give me a.
Yes, please. You're not audible, ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible.
What you can do is, if the earphone is not working, you can come a bit closer and try speaking a little louder if it is not a problem with you, if the headphone is not working.
Good afternoon, sir, and to all present here. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for arranging the conference, and at the same time, I'm thankful for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this conference. The title of my paper is Gender Inequality and Cultural Resistance in Monica Ali's Brick Lane and Shashi Deshpande's Roots and Shadows. The roots of prejudice against women have long been implanted. Since ages, they were being discriminated by the society, declaring the males to be superior and the females as subservient to men. At the beginning of the 19th century, women enjoyed very few of the legal, social, and political rights. They were not allowed to cast a vote. Not only this, people also had a biased attitude towards female in terms of education or employment. The orthodox idea believed that women were meant only for doing household job, taking care of husband and children. In most of the instances, men were considered the primary breadwinners and women were expected to stay at home, to raise children, to clean home, to cook, and to provide haven for their husbands. Women were always expected to remain obedient earlier to their father and later after getting married to their husband. They have to do things according to the desire of their counterpart and to make them feel contented in every possible condition without giving a voice to their desires. Since ages, gender discrimination prevailed in our society. Women were not given a chance to attain full potential. Charles Darwin, in his book, The Descent of Man, says women are of a characteristics of a past and lower state of civilization, unquote. With the dawn of the 20th century, almost every facet of the accustomed lives of the women, from the familial sphere to that of public sphere, got changed. The rapid movement of people to other countries replaced the preceding stereotypical concepts. Women started stepping out of their homes to receive higher education for the source of income and started receiving powers in their own hands. The Room of One's Own, an essay by Virginia Woolf, proclaims that men have and continue to treat women as inferior in every sphere of life. Woolf invented a fictional character as Shakespeare's sister to illustrate that her sister had the same talent of writing like Shakespeare. Because she was a woman, her artistic talent remained hidden from the public and she died without any acknowledgement for her skills of writing. It is just because of the society's opinion about women that they were seen intellectually inferior to men in every ages. The rise of the newfangled generations of female artists, writers, and professionals distorted the patriarchal social medium across the globe. Women who were underrated for their comprehension and skills started receiving appreciation in the workplace, marking a groundbreaking alteration in the societal and domestic
Ma'am,
roles.
you are not audible.
So have you all not heard a single word uttered by me just now? As I've already begun presenting my paper.
No, you're audible. You're audible, Shumaila. You're audible, but it's very, faint. So what she probably meant was a bit louder.
Yes.
Okay, sir. I'll try my level best, but I'm already speaking louder. But okay, I'll try a little bit more louder so that it will be clearer to you all and you can hear me clearly. Okay, women who were underrated for their comprehension and skills started receiving appreciation in the workplace, marking a groundbreaking alteration in the societal and domestic roles of women. Simone de Beauvoir wrote in her book, The Second Sex, one is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Brick Lane by Monica Ali and Roots and Shadows by Shashi Deshpande also reflects the same position of women in the course of the novel. The protagonist, Nazneen, after becoming a migrant, not only have to adopt and imbibe the new cultural setup, but also have to face gender biasness and inequality from her husband. Even after migrating to a liberal and open-minded country like London, the typical patriarchal mindset of Chanu, the protagonist's husband, does not change. In fact, he continues to practice traditional gender ideology. Instead of being helped by her husband to bring her out of this dilemma, he continues to possess and profess the same conservative, parochial, and typical Bangladeshi ideology of keeping women under male hegemony. Similarly, Deshpande, through her character Indu, highlights the problem of women who are divided between traditional values of the society and her individuality. The novel analyzes how the patriarchal domination and gender differentiation exist within the family. After marrying Jayant, she forgets herself and her desire and completely surrenders herself to her husband. But even after compromising her happiness and desire, she could not attain a happy conjugal life. The present paper will focus on the problems of Nazdeen and Indu, who, like the other women, struggle hard to find place in the society. In the novel Brick Lane, issues of three different generations of women are dealt with, where some of the women have to lose something to gain something, while on the other side, some have to struggle hard to find a place and position in the society. The narrative of Brick Lane deals with a young girl, Nazneen, who grows up in Bangladesh, deeply injected with the traditional concepts. Herself is locked with the thinking that she has to bear all the pain, whatever comes her way. But later, we see an unexpected change in her persona. Nazneen, who was submissive, subservient, and docile in the beginning, later becomes assertive and independent both socially and psychologically. I quote, "Sometimes I look back and I'm shocked. Every day of my life, I have prepared for a success, worked for it, waited for it, and you don't notice how the days pass until nearly lifetime is finished. Then it hits you, the only thing you have been waiting for has already gone by, and it was going in the other direction. It's like I have been waiting on the wrong side of the road for a bus that was already full." Unquote. Like her mother, she also believes in fate and was greatly influenced by it. Her father arranges a marriage with a man named Chanu, 20 years older than her. Though she does not want to marry him, but being an obedient and dutiful child, she cannot upset her parents. Nazneen marries a man of her father's choice, burying her desires. But unluckily, her marriage turns out to be unsuccessful. There was no love and passion between the two of them for each other. She is considered by her husband none other than a worker who manages homely affairs. He does not have a respect for his wife. Chanu says, I quote, "What's more, she is a good worker, cleaning and working and all that. The only complaint that I could make is she can't put my files in order because she has no English. I don't complain though, as I say, a girl from the village, totally unspoiled." Unquote. Nazneen feels suffocated in her loveless marriage, where she is treated none other than a missing being, but she convinces herself by saying that it must have been her fate. She was told by her mother in her childhood that what could not be changed must be born, and since nothing could be changed, everything had to be born. A woman is brought up from her childhood to believe that she exists only as a daughter, wife, and mother to please men. The men are the wage earners, decision makers, and women are expected to remain at home and to do menial jobs taking care of children and husband. Chanu also have a same stereotypical mindset that he is a main source of income and expects her wife to obey all the commands given by him. He loved to share his thoughts and views on all kinds of matters with Nazneen, but never allow her to express her own insight on anything. The experience of being a migrant resulting alienation and isolation has already tormented Nazneen a lot, but her problems does not end here. As Nazneen has migrated from Bangladesh, where not only the culture, custom, and traditions were different from London, but also the language. Problem of inability to speak the English language comes her way. The protagonist wants to learn the host language by joining English-speaking course, but Chanu will not permit her. He knows that language is a great weapon, and if his wife gets well acquainted with a foreign language, then this will be the first key to open the door for her to the surrounding host culture. Chanu will not be able to put restrictions on her and stop her from stepping out of the cage which is constructed by him for Nazneen. She will get accustomed to the new liberal ambience of London and will try to adapt it and change herself accordingly. Unwillingly, Nazneen has to accept the commands given by Chanu and her fate without any resistance. The protagonist of the novel believes that women are born to bear low status in life. Women are never expected to object or raise questions. They are taught from their childhood to bear, adjust, and be patient. Even Chanu, like the rest of the men, wants to keep his wife within the confines of four walls. Financial independence is another basic requirement for attaining respect in the society and to achieve psychological independence. Betty Friedan in her book, The Feminine Mystique, says, a woman must has got to be able to say and not feel guilty. Who am I and what do I want out of life? She mustn't feel selfish and neurotic if she wants goals of her own outside of husband and children. Unquote. In Monica Ali's Brick Lane, Chanu was not able to get a good job in London in spite of living there for many decades. Nazni shows her interest to do a job to support her family, but Chanu was not in favor of his wife stepping out, bringing money to home. For him, women working outside home bringing money to run the household is to bring shame from the society, which projects Chanu's innate patriarchal ideology present in his genes. Chanu earlier too was in favor of Nazneen stepping out and doing a job. Lastly, he gives permission to his wife. Being born a woman is in itself a great stigma attached to Nazneen, but her problem doubles when she was unable to give birth again to a baby boy. Her husband longed for a baby boy, but unfortunately, she could not produce it again. Chanu have a typical male mindset that it is only the boys who can keep their names alive. The outcome of this was that he turns out to have very indifferent attitude towards his baby girls. In fact, his attitude towards Nazneen also worsens and he becomes more bitter towards her and blames her for her incapability to give birth to a boy. The liberal atmosphere of London had a great impact on them. Since childhood, they were brought up in London and have received Western education, which helped them to become bold and brave. Their persona presents a foil to the character of Nazneen. This intergenerational clash and the stereotypical state of mind brings a rift between the father and the daughters who demands freedom of choice and expression. Witnessing these changes among his daughter's temperament, Chanu make up his mind to go back to his own country. Nazneen have lived a suffocating life with her husband, believing it must be her fate. She devotes whole her life in thinking about family and husband, but have never given a voice to her desires. After going through such a turmoil, Nazneen and concern for her daughters make her bold and outspoken to show her disfavor to go back to Bangladesh with Chanu. Nazneen's meeting with Karim, a garment boy whom she met in her sewing job, brought new meaning to her life. Life becomes full of passion and happiness. He gives her space to articulate and present her views on the issues, unlike Chanu, who always expects her to listen like an audience. His friendship helped her to forget all about all the agonies that were there in her life. She starts realizing her potential, thinking that female is capable enough to lead her life alone. Nazneen later apprehends that she can live her own life happily with her daughters without anyone's support and not relying on anyone else. Roots and Shadows, Shashi Deshpande's first novel, portrays the inner thoughts of Indu. Right from the beginning, she was shown revolting against male dominance. She hated obedience and passivity as a girl child at her ancestral home. After the death of her mother, she was brought up by her aunt, but after some days, she leaves her aunt's house and decides to marry a boy giant out from her caste, thus breaks tradition. Indu leaves her house to be liberated, self-governing, and complete. She wants to show her family that she is a modern, victorious woman, thinking that this man will be able to give some personal space to her where she can do things of her choice without any restriction and foundation. But after spending few days with him, she gets to know him better and later realizes that the decision of marrying a man was not a good one. She becomes completely shattered. He also turns out to be like other males who do not believe in giving freedom and expects her to be an ideal woman who looks after her family and children, brushing aside all their dreams and ambitions. After her disappointment and deception, she went back into the conservative ways of existence. She acts like the conventional Indian wife. Indu fails to remember her individuality by becoming his conventional wife. Indu makes alteration in the name of love, but later realizes that she has in fact misleading herself. Indu works as a journalist but was not happy with her job. She wants to go for artistic writing, but Jayant was not ready for it. She was ready to sacrifice everything for her husband's happiness, thinking it to be love, but her husband does not do a bit in return for her wife. Love is something which is reciprocal, and it is not only the responsibility of a wife to obey the orders of her husband, but the husband also have to put aside their male egoism and to compromise something for a happy married life. In spite of serving the family, women's own emotional needs remain unfulfilled. Due to her perplexed state of mind, she builds a physical relation with Naren. She offers him twice, but later feels guilty for her doings. This shows Indu's split personality, who wants to be free from the responsibilities of an ideal woman, and at the same time, she finds herself involved in a marital life. Women are left with no choice in their lives. There is a shadow of male dominance in every facet of life, which thwarts away their progress. Not only this, patriarchy makes women merge herself into others and neglect her own self. Her identity is lost, and she has to live according to her husband's needs. Indu recognizes her displacement and marginalization as a woman. Women can neither express themselves nor choose for themselves. As a member of a subordinate sex, women are characterized by obedience and submission. Indu
Shumaila,
says
please
that
wind
as
up.
a child.
Yes, please wind up.
Yes. Okay. Just give me just give me 2 minutes. It's about to be completed.
Please, we are running short
Yeah,
of
I'm
time,
moving
so
towards the
please.
conclusion only. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now I'm moving towards my conclusion. The complication of the protagonist Nazneen's life offered by Monica Ali and Indu in Roots and Shadows is worth appreciable as it has exposed a genuine picture of the females in the society. Women who submits herself wholly and completely to men, but did not receive respect and love which they really deserve. Like Nazneen in Brick Lane is treated by her husband none other than a maid who fulfills everyone's desire, but in most of the instances have to strangle her own desires. But even after so many compromises and responsibilities, if something bad occurs, it is she who is answerable and blamed for it. The predicament of Indu represents the contemporary Indian society where the new concept of Western education, economic independence, and globalization has completely shaken the roots of old Indian cultures and values. It has affected different relationships at different levels in general and husband-wife relationship in particular. Women are not born inferior to men in any case, but it is the society which has made them to think like that. The cultural constraints have so much deeply injected that they never think to live life in their own way. So, we can say that the core belief of feminist theory and criticism rests on the equality of men and women politically, socially, and economically. As long as women do not have been consciousness of independent self, they will persistently be dominated by men. Thank you, sir. That is all I have to say.
Thank you.
Over to you,
Yes,
sir.
thank you. Thank you, Shumaila. Thank you for the paper. Next, we have Muslim minority discourse in Rakshandas Jalil's But You Don't Look Like a Muslim by Dr. Saeed Imtiaz Jawalkar, who is an associate professor in Sri Shivaji Science and Arts College, Maharashtra. Over to you, sir.
Okay, can you listen to me, sir?
Yes,
Hello?
you're audible. Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Okay, sir, thank you. I want to share my slide. PPT I want to share.
Yes, you've been made the co-host, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. Just a minute. Can you see my PPT, sir?
Yes, it's
Hello?
loading.
Yeah. I think now you can see the slide.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Syed Imtiaz Jukalkar. I'm working as an associate professor in Sri Shivaji Science and Arts College, Chikli, district Buldhana. Buldhana is in Maharashtra. My college is affiliated to Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University. It is in Vidarbha region in Maharashtra. Today I'm going to present my paper on Rakshanda Jalil's book, a collection of essays the topic of my paper is Muslim minority discourse. Muslim minority discourse in Rakshanda Jalil's, but you don't look like a Muslim. So this book is collection of essays by Rakshanda Jalil. Rakshanda Jalil is a critic and literary historian. Her book, I already told you that, it is collection of essays based on her life experiences as a minority Muslim in her land. I'll begin my paper with the definition of discourse by Michael Foucault. The significance of the term discourse undergoes change from any verbal construction to an important concept in literary theories. Michael Foucault, he very systematically widens the concept of discourse. He defines discourse as, instead of gradually reducing the rather fluctuating meaning of the word discourse, I believe I have in fact added to its meaning, treating it sometimes as the general domain of all statements, sometimes as an individualizable group of statements, and sometimes as a regulated practice that accounts for a number of statements. From the basic and broad signification of the term discourse as the general domain of all knowledge, Michael Foucault specializes discourse as individualizable group of statements and a regulated practice that accounts for number of statements. Thus, discourse becomes part of literary theory and a tool for the analysis of literary text. Every text possesses statements which are individualized, stated by the author, and these statements signify the truth which exists in the society. After the First World War, in English literature, there is a radical break with the tradition, and thinkers question the certainties in social order. In the same way, in the Indian subcontinent after the partition, the unity in different religious communities underwent radical change. The outcome of partition is the birth of minority Muslims in India, the deterioration of unity and harmony in communities since independence in India, and the recent attempt to polarize society. The Muslim minority discourse came into being with an appeal for social justice. In my paper, I am trying to attempt to formulate the Muslim minority discourse based on the text "But You Don't Look Like a Muslim" by Rakshanda Jalil. The first step Rakshanda Jalil takes is to encounter the popular imagination about average Muslim in India. The comment she receives from the majority is, "Oh, but you don't look like a Muslim." The popular imagination about an average Muslim is, as the author points out in her book, the bomb throwing, beef smuggling, jihad spouting. And to look like a Muslim is to have a beard, wear surma, a skull cap on head, and a Muslim woman is always in hijab. Such image of Muslim has been perpetuated. Recently, issues like love jihad and killing of cow for meat consumption added fuel to fire. Presentation of distorted history is another issue in which Muslim rulers are represented as invaders who looted and burned temples, or lascivious medieval sultans lusting after chaste Rajput queens. The average Muslim is connected to the Muslim rulers and looked upon as culprit. The growing poverty and high illiteracy rate and communal violence and incidences of mob lynching prove that all the allegations against Muslims is a systematic plan to alienate them from the mainstream for political gain. The popular imagination about Muslim community need to be replaced with the image of Muslim, as Rakshanda Jalil points out, Muslims are those who initiated the freedom movement in 1857, sacrificed their life for the sake of motherland, and after partition, they selected to stay in the land of their forefathers or migration to Pakistan. Muslims, as we see, they can rise from poverty, illiteracy by hard work and with by taking education as well, but they should be given secured life and inclusive attitude from the majority. Rakshanda Jalil quotes her grandfather's autobiography for solace from the mental torture of present communal politics and to hold hope for future. I quote, "I am a Muslim and in the words of Maulana Azad, a caretaker of the 1300 years of the wealth that is Islam. My deciphering of Islam is the key to the interpretation of my spirit. I am also an Indian and this Indianness is as much a part of my being. Islam does not deter me from believing in my Indian identity. I believe in one God leads way to equality of all mankind. Allah is not simply Rabbul Muslimin, Lord of Muslims, but Rabbul Alameen, Lord of the world." Thus, the Muslim minority discourse attempts to create identity of the minority Muslims as Indian Muslims whose faith is Islam and geographically they are Indian. And faith in Islam lifts them spiritually as they believe in one God and treat every human being as equal, which leads to brotherhood. And we find, if we observe Indian society, we'll find that in every city or town of our country, there exists a Muslim ghetto representing alienation of minority Muslims from the main area of every city. The basic amenities lack in such areas. The author Rakshanda Jalil narrates her experience. Some years ago, she changed her residence from Gulmohar Park to Jamia Nagar in Delhi. The experience was like exchanging one way of life for another. Even the classmates of the author's daughter denied to visit her house to celebrate her birthday because the locality, as the parents of her schoolmates considered uncivilized. Describing the Jamia surrounding, Rakshanda Jalil, the author, writes, I quote, "For this large body of the people, there are branches of only 3 nationalized banks. There is no functioning MCD dispensary. There are no mother dairy. In certain colonies such as Shaheen Bagh and Abul Fazl, there is no drinking water either. People buy water just as they buy vegetables or groceries." The author spends 10 torturous months to find out a rented house when she decides to move close to Jamia Millia Islamia. The house owners denied to rent their house when they saw business cards or heard their names or saying they wanted vegetarian tenants. The Muslims are socially forced to stay in Muslim-dominated area for security reasons. There are 2 parts of every city in our country: authorized, unauthorized, clean, filthy, orderly, chaotic, spacious, cramped, cared for, uncared for, and so on. Muslims, as Rakshanda Jalil points out, that they always try and have been trying to understand the culture of other communities as well. She becomes at times nostalgic and remembers the bygone days when inclusion and pluralism was the norm of Indian society. Her mother remembers watching Ram Leela in Lucknow, where the actors spoke in immaculate Hindustani interspersed with flowery Urdu verses. Later, as she points out, Urdu became Muslim and Hindi became Hindu. The festival Dasara reminds the writer the Urdu Ramayana she had heard as a child. Her grandfather used to recite the scene depicting Ram as he takes leave of his father Dasharatha before going to exile. So here some poems in Urdu. They are quoted by Rakshanda Jalil. I directly translate them. The translation I am going to present here. He means Ram took leave of his father, taking the name of God, and thus the first stage of the path of loyalty was crossed. When Urdu was popular language of the Indian people in general, as the author points out, several transliterations, transcreations, translations came up of Ramayana. According to a comprehensive study of Ram Kathan in Urdu by late Ali Javed Zaidi, there were over 300 such versions, many from the Avda region alone. And there are many quotes in Urdu celebrating Ram and his life. Rakshanda Jalil quotes in the book. I skip all of them. Now, in these days of polarization, even the greeting Jai Siya Ram is replaced, as the writer points out, with the militant masculine Jai Shri Ram. Rakshanda Jalil also refers Maulana Harsat Mohani, who was a poet politician, to show the cultural assimilation. He is one who has given the freedom-loving Indian the most enduring cry of Inqilab Zindabad. Maulana Hasrat Mohani composed excellent poems in pure Urdu praising Krishnaji Bhagwan. As the result of participation in freedom movement, he was locked up in Yarwada jail in Pune. There also he continued composing poems on Janmashtami. And the writer also refers Gulabi Eid, that is Holi. And Holi is called as Gulabi Eid by Mughals, and even some of the Muslims know it as Gulabi Eid. The festival has been specially mentioned in Persian and Urdu poetry, and in the poetry of Sufi Saint Bulle Shah. There are many verses he has composed by taking some lines from Holy Quran, and he has also used Holi as a festival, and he has composed many poems. So such assimilation, we find in Muslim, as Muslim know it, and in Urdu literature and in Urdu poetry, we find references to Bhagavad Gita as well. Bhagavad Gita is known as Dil Ki Kitab in Farsi and Urdu. The Gita was translated into Persian by the poet Faizi, and with a preface by Abul Fazl. And this is historical fact everybody knows. Prince Dara Shikoh, son of Emperor Shah Jahan, translated the Bhagavad Gita into Persian with the help of Sanskrit knowing Pandits. So such such assimilation we find from the side of Muslims to understand the culture of other religions. Ibn Maryam is referred as Jesus Christ is referred as Ibn Maryam, and there are so many verses we find in Quran as well. And Muhammad Iqbal referred Gautam Buddha and Guru Nanak in his poems. So this was Ganga Jamna culture, and now in these days, this Ganga Jamna culture, which stood for Hindu-Muslim unity, is losing the ground. The author, by mentioning the place and respect of the holy books and prophets of all the religions existing in our country in Urdu literature, shows that Urdu poets celebrated pluralistic society and Urdu language was not the language of Muslims. And the fact is, Urdu language originated in India, in our country. As the literature reflects the society, Indian Muslim society identifies with respect all the cultures. In return, the Muslim minority discourse urges, requests the majority to regain Ganga Jamna, a culture which stood for integration and celebration of pluralism. Sir, may I go ahead?
Yes, please wind up. We are running a bit, short of time. So
okay, now I would like to point out that Rakshanda Jalil looks into the community as well, and she says that there is patriarchy ruling in Muslim society as well. Muslim society is not exception to other societies, and she points out that Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, who is considered as the pioneer in the field of education for Muslims, he was also against the education for women in those days, and she refers Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah. Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah was the companion of Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, and Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah in his memoir writes that Sir Syed Ahmad Khan was against the education of women. But later, afterwards, Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah, he himself opened a school for girls which is based on science, and it was in English education was given to girls in those days. Then cultural practices are described in detail by Rakshanda Jalil, Ramzan and the faith of Muslims. What are the basic tenets of Islam? Everything is given in detail, and she also refers the history of Muharram and the martyrdom which Hussein she considers as symbol of martyrdom, and that is also she narrates in detail. So to conclude my paper, all these quotes, statements, observations of the author Rakshanda Jalil in the text, but you don't look like a Muslim, as mentioned in the discussion, attempts to form the Muslim minority discourse which demands social reformation within the Muslim society for the women's upliftment, and from majority community, it expects social justice, inclusiveness, and tolerance to all the religions in society, which leads to nation building, the ultimate target of each Indian citizen. The great Indian poet Rabindranath Tagore, in one of his poems, suggests us to stand in opposition to narrow domestic walls, to build a strong nation with unity in diversity, as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru mentions in his speech of independence, that the work of construction of a strong nation will continue by wiping every tear from every eye. So long as there are tears and sufferings, the work of construction of nation will continue. So thank you, sir.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Said, for the wonderful paper. Next, we move on to the next presenter. The title is The Sufferance of a Race is Shown, Slave Narrative in Amitabh Ghosh's Sea of Poppies by Dr. Nilanjan Chakravarti, Assistant Professor in English, Panchala Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to all my co-paper presenters. So I'm here to talk about the narrative of enslavement in Amitabh Ghosh's novel, Sea of Poppies. As we know that the Sea of Poppies is one of the first novels that, in fact, the first novel that Amitabh Ghosh writes in the Ibis trilogy, which was published in the year 2008. This particular novel is based on the Opium War, which was fought between Britain and China between 1839 and 1842. in this particular novel, what we see is that the theory of enslavement, or let's say the representation of enslavement, is done through the idea of the coolies being transported from India to China to work in the opium factories in Malaysia. Now we know that this is one of the things that we don't talk about. There are so many Indians who fought for the British during the First World War. And there were so many Indians in the 19th century who were actually transported to Malaysia as coolies to work there in the opium fields so that Britain can export those opium to China. And it's also actually important for us to note the fact that this particular war, the Opium War, which was fought between Britain and China, it was actually a war which was going on for the establishment of free trade. In fact, Amitabh Ghosh notes in many of his interviews that China did not allow Britain to China did not allow Britain to export opium to China. So Britain actually needed the war to force the Chinese authorities to allow the opium to be let in China. So this was essentially as all wars are, this was essentially a capitalist, a capitalist struggle that was going on between China and Britain for the control over the free trade. This novel, towards the second half of the novel, that's what we need to really look at, because we are in this seminar looking at the slave narrative. So in the second half of the novel, what we see is that we have quite a few people who are being transported to Mauritius from India. And very interestingly, the ship becomes a representation of a mini India, because in that ship, we have people like Neil, who is an ex-zamindar of Bengal, so therefore belonging to the upper caste, very wealthy class of Bengalis. And we also have people like Diti and the others who are from the Dalit class, and they are from Bihar, Diti and Kalua. And they are also put into the ship. And they, of course, as I said, belong to the so-called lower caste, because they are from the Dalit background. We also have people from the other administrative services who are there, who are working in the ship so that they can keep the order over there, and they're also Indians. So, what Amitabh Ghosh does is he brings about a certain infusion, or let's say he brings about a certain integration of society in that ship. Even though that integration is not done for any dream project. It's not a thing that Amitabh Ghosh is trying to project, that we are all together or something like that. But it is indeed the question of class and caste identity therefore become very important in the way Amitabh Ghosh represents India inside that ship. Because we have so many people from so many different castes coming together and representing a certain India which will go forward to claim its autonomy over Britain. So Amitabh Ghosh, in one of the interviews in the Indian Express, which was published in 2015, notes, and I just want to quote this because this is very important. Amitabh Ghosh says that clearly that whole idea of that kind of capitalism is of wanting more and more. It is about creating this desire to grow. Within the world of capitalism, to stand still is to die. That is true microeconomically of states. You could say this, that the cycle of endless growth has worked for some countries, but it is increasingly clear that it is no longer a sustainable thing. There are limits and they are imposed by nature. So therefore, what we see is that through this narrative of the coolies and through the narrative of the slaves, Amitabh Ghosh is offering a critique of the project of colonialism, which was a very important narrative in the whole in the whole political ideology, in the whole political capital of colonialism itself, because colonialism and capitalism are very closely linked. And we know that there is a book called The Darker Renaissance, in which I'm forgetting the name of the author, but in that book, The Darker Renaissance, the Black critic is offering this whole idea of how colonialism is deeply interlinked with capitalism. Now, what we also see in this slave narrative, we check the time here. So what we see in this, so please stop me once the 15 minutes are over, okay? So the thing is that once, in this particular slave narrative, what we see is that Amitav Ghosh is using a lot of rituals and myths, and he uses them as representative categories, if I may say, or representative strategies, so that the question of identity is explored in the novel. So the journey across the seas, I argue, the journey across the seas has already had a mythical disapproval in the Indian subcontinent, because we see that when Swami Vivekananda had crossed the seas and went to the World Conference in Chicago, when he came back to India, Troilokanath wrote in the Bongobashi newspaper that Swami, and I'm not quoting him because it's a long quote, but what Troilokanath argued was that Swamiji cannot be allowed back into India because he has crossed the seas and therefore he has lost his caste. So therefore all these coolies who are being transported across the sea to work as slaves in the opium factories in Malaysia, they have the problem of identity over here, because they are being forced into a space which they are not comfortable with. First of all, they are of course slaves. So obviously any enslavement is an act of power. So they are the disempowered. But from the disempowered perspective, the coolies are further, claiming that they will lose their caste if they cross the seas. And so once the ship begins its journey towards Malaysia, the coolies chant Jai Hanuman Gyan Gun Sagar, because they want to not lose their caste, and therefore they are praying to their deities. And the ship crosses the Gangetic Plains and it crosses into the high seas. But what I argue is that what happens on both the IBs can be regarded as the construction of a parallel concept of community, since the new parameter of defining a community is based on the fact that all of them are Jahaj Bhais, or companions on board a ship, and predetermined parameters of caste, class, and communal identity are erased by that one reality that they are all colonized subjects embarking on a sea journey, and they are being subjectivized, or let's say they are being objectivized as slaves within that particular ship. Which of course brings us to the point that maybe we can say that the slaves in the ship function as what Benedict Anderson would be calling the imagined community, making their own micronarratives of the nation. We have people like Neil, who is a Brahmin. We have people like Afat, who is a Chinese man who escaped to India. We also have the Bihari low caste Muniyas like Diti and Kalua, who are in the ship as well. So Amitav Ghosh never loses sight of his critical introspection on socio-cultural behavior and psyche, and often uses an irony almost bordering on black humor to depict the hypocrisies that arise from the hegemony of the ritualistic dictum of binarizing between the us and the them. So what we see is that in this particular ship, there is definitely a sense of the micronation. But at the same time, what we also see is that Amitav Ghosh is also critiquing the certain class caste consciousness which is there in the people who are there locked up as slaves in the ship. So as far as the colonialist mission is concerned, that the whole idea of enslavement is critiqued as a capitalist project to slave the people. But at the same time, Amitav Ghosh is also aware of the fact that the caste and the class divisions and the very awareness about those divisions is actually creating a lot of fissures within the society of the coolies. And what the coolies do is they, in order to create that sense of the community, they go back to their myths and the legends, where when there is a marriage taking place over there, Diti and the others, they are singing the Bhojpuri songs, which are associated with the rituals of marriage, which is very reminiscent of how the blacks in America used to go back to their own rituals and songs to assert their black identity within that project of white oppression. So what therefore becomes very important is that in this slave narrative that Amitav Ghosh is offering, within that slave narrative, there is definitely a functionality, if I may say, a politics by which Amitav Ghosh is trying to move towards a certain space where we can have a cohesion of the class and the class and the caste. But that is done, ironically, under the circumstances where they are enslaved by the British. So therefore, the production of the identity of enslavement is actually producing their necessity to create that cohesion among themselves. So can I just go in for a couple of minutes more?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Make it fast. Yes.
Yeah. So just a couple of minutes more. So Amitav Ghosh definitely does not offer a neat binary between the colonial project and the subject of colonization, because here the colonized and the colonizer binary is broken by these narratives of fissure that we see. And you see, there are the customary meals on the deck, and there are the songs, there are these mythical rituals which are taking place so that they can form their own identities. And therefore the people on the ibis, they are trying to create this feeling of community among themselves. But even in that construction of the community, there are fissures of the caste and the class, because Neil does not, who is the ex zamindar of Roshkhali and deported, he does not agree to be a part of the rituals because he considers himself as the upper caste Brahmin. So therefore those fissures are something which Amitav Ghosh is offering to create a certain criticism of the Indian society, which is functioning even when this whole project of colonial oppression is working. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nilanjan, for this wonderful paper. Very nicely presented indeed. Okay, we go to the next presentation: Redemption and Salvation of the Indentured in Totram Sonodhya's My 21 Years in Fiji Islands and the Story of the Haunted Line, to be presented by Sandeep Longmalai, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Haflong Government College, Assam. Yes. Do we have Professor Sandeep Longmalai with us?
Sir, just a second. Okay, he's there. Rimadi, please make Sandeep Longmalai the co-host. Yes.
Yes, I have made him the co-host.
Okay.
Could you please unmute yourself and speak? Sandeep, are we audible to you? Could you please?
Yes, I've unmuted myself.
Okay.
Yes, and could you please switch on your video as well while you speak?
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today my topic of my paper presentation is Redemption and Salvation of the Indentured in Totaram Sanodhya's My 21 Years in the Fiji Islands and the Story of the Haunted Line. So the autobiographical as well as historical narrative of Totaram Sanodhya in his work is explicitly descriptive of the conditions of the plight and sufferings of the Girmit or the Girmitia, who are the indentured laborers who were taken to Fiji, which is a small an archipelago island country in the South Pacific, to work as indentured laborers, mostly in sugarcane plantations. So most of these people were tricked and fooled by the Arkatis or the labor recruiters. So one of the main reasons they were successful was when they lured with lured these people with the promise of a secured job. When they explained that they would be, they lured them saying that they would be working there without any kind of difficulties, without any sorrows. They would be having lots of food, lots of bananas, and a stomach full of sugar cane, and play flutes in relaxation. So this quote unquote, this has been spoken by one of the cited in the book by one of the Arkatis himself. So Totaram's own story as Gurmit himself blends perfectly, offering the information about the living conditions in the plantations, irrespective of where people, irrespective of gender, religion, caste, and languages, were all combined and binded together to stay there. And after that, we see that in the narrative, hold on. Were blended together by force, because as we know that during that time in India, when this book was written, is in the early 20th century, people were not like intercaste mixing and intercaste mingling was not easily acceptable. But these indentured laborers who came from different strata of society as well as castes, they were all blended by force, so they didn't have any other option. So what we can see that here is the conditions which has been explained in the book is easily identifiable with Indian and indentured laborers. It's very similar state which not only happened in Fiji but also in other colonies such as Guyana, Suriname, Mauritius, West Indies, among many other lands. So the quest of their deliverance also comes up as redemption in the life of these people whose belief in Indian religions and traditional worldview led them to consider their living conditions as redemption from their sins of past life. The salvation is contemplated when the Girmitias gaining freedom returned to India but were not accepted as before, because they were unable to fit in the society, returned back to Fiji to live life as a free man. So the account here associates the redemption and salvation as two abstract worldviews, but combining in itself. While we discuss the life of the indentured and enslaved Indians in Fiji from the narrative of Sanodhi. Okay, so Sanodhya and his co-worker Benares Chaturvedi, who has also contributed in many parts in this account, they are not historians because this is not their outlook. Their audience were smaller, but their purpose is much greater. They wanted to end the indenture system. To do so, they wrote a book for the larger audience of educated, influential, and powerful people who were their contemporaries in the India of their day. And they wrote that book in order to shock and arouse the audience to make it join in political action. Thus, the genre of this book is not a history, but polemic. And further, when they present and analyze facts, they are governed by an interest not only to show Gurmit conditions to be harsh, but more to show things to be so unacceptable that immediate action on the reader's part was warranted. In order to read it as a history book, we need, in effect, to recalibrate it in the polemic presentation, which reflects or distorts the historical reality. Because of his experience as a political actor, we can say that Sanodhya's account in the first half of the book is perhaps heavily concerned with legal and administrative issues that other Girmitias might not have made so central. Thus, Girmitias are invariably described as having been fooled or deceived by the Arkatis before coming, and details of many cases, notably Sanodhyas himself are given, and most scholars have since summed up this Girmita perception as a belief that life in the lines was hell, or in Hindi we use the term narak. Christians know that hell is for sinners, and similarly wicked deeds would deliver one to narak. But in the descriptions of my 21 years, the foreign dwelling Indians are always simple, helpless, and above all innocent. So how could they land in such difficulty? This is an important theological question, a question about the workings of karma, which dominates the mindset of the Girmitis. The realm of activity in which no other agent is a factor and one's fate is entirely in one's hand is the quest for deliverance, which we often find discussed and described in this work. So another aspect and another word which has been described frequently in the book is the word atyachar. Atyachar there is a Hindi word which means atrocities or outrages, and the word appears frequently in the novel. And according to the author, beatings and other forms of violence were part of the lives of coolies. However, the notion of atrocity or outrage one finds expressed here extends quite beyond the violence itself. Several instances are replete in the book, which mentions horrendous torture, working long hours without rest, suffering and humiliation faced by the Girmates, of which the special mention may be made of torture which women faced. They were of the most pathetic in nature, especially of pregnant women being made to work, and even women made to work just a few days after childbirth. Despite their protest, they were not, which were not entertained. So the outrages which the book emphasizes at the most may or may not involve physical violence, but always end with injustice at the hands of the European authority, who were the main controlling figures of these indentured laborers. Thus, in one instance, we see that a group of Kabuli Pathans, they were shot at and starved because they refused to accede to the demands of them. But the ultimate crime against them is that they are split up and sent to work at different plantations after they had been promised the chance to stay and work together. So there is another instance where a woman laborer called Narayan was beaten to death just after losing her child. But the story doesn't end until, despite her testimony, the overseer who looks after who was found and was originally found guilty is later found to be innocent in the court. So the most pitiful story is for the Muslim woman who follows her husband in search of him to the Fiji Islands, but is never able to meet him, despite living less than 100 miles apart, which they never come to know about. So the husband finally dies on a ship abroad, which was sailing to India, after he is found sick and invalid, and so is considered misfit to work as a plantation laborer. So this is one such instance, because on hearing the news, the Muslim woman's condition was extremely pathetic, because she had come to the islands in the hope of meeting her husband, but they had lived for more than 4 years and they never knew about it. So they were never allowed to meet each other. So according to Totaram, the Girmitias are treated just like prisoners and dogs. Okay? And on the ship, they get dog biscuits to eat and prisoners' clothes. Upon their arrival at Nukulau Island, the police surround them even when they haven't done anything. We were treated worse than their servants here, they say indignantly, and this is indeed the crux of the matter. They have been made into new kind of people, forced into a new lowest social place. They are now coolies. So this is in reality reflected in the choice of coolie pratha or coolie system as a reference term for what European colonialists always called the indentured system in India. So the Girmit or agreement binding the Indian to 5 years of labor was not a simple. And in the second half of the book, the story of the haunted lines, we find the description of the condition of the people living in the shabby and pathetic residential ghetto of the same name, where Totaram was assigned to stay for 5 years. And the account mentions his first-hand experiences with all the Girmitias living in the ghetto and the first-hand accounts of their sufferings. It is as thus, we can say that it is also the salvation of the indentured that can be seen when we see that few of the Girmitias who choose to return to India after facing so much of suffering and so much of humiliation and so much of torture they had when they felt that their term of contract had got over, which would be they were given a free passage after 10 days. But on that argument that the Fiji experience was like, if they had considered it like pilgrimage from the religious aspect of view, so we see that it's like a fashion had involved such as we can say in a fashion that had involved mixing and sharing of people of castes normally avoided, but for the great bulk it was not to be. They were not simply members of their own caste who were faced with temporary hardships. Their whole level of purity and ways of maintaining it had changed, and the British devised labor system had indeed transformed them. In the final outcome of the trick behind the system, those who returned fleeing their lowest status as coolies in the colonies were usually given the status of uncast and untouchables. So the lowest status in India on their return. So thus, in this sense, the rescue did not succeed, and so they returned to India, which they had always imagined and dreamed that that would be the ultimate escape for them and ultimate salvation for them. Like, it did not end in success. So many of the Fiji Indians who came to India, they had no other options, but they had to leave back, and they had to go back and take the ship to Fiji because they could not they couldn't accept the status given to them. So, and so the only option to them was to return back where they spend the rest of their life. So throughout the course of several stages of their life, full of events, sufferings, turmoil, and gradual freedom, And to be settled in Fiji forever, the indentured ultimately gained salvation from redemption, which is indeed quite interesting, because it is the land which they themselves consider that they would be their field. They called as hell. This is where the land they returned back to and started to make their own life. And as in the account of Totaram Sarnote, and also in the real life, when we see that the present generation of Indo-Fijians are proud Fijians, but also proud and active members of the Indian cultural identity, having a huge sense of pride for the motherland of the forefathers, and contributing to the Indian diaspora, which is present day. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep, for the wonderful presentation, throwing light on the slaves that went to Fiji Island. Fine. The next presentation, we have Identity in Fourth World Literature through Teej Song of Nepal, to be presented by Shalini Shah, Research Scholar, Department of English, Banasthali Vidyapeeth. We have Shalini Shah as...
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. Today just let me know whether my voice is audible or not.
Shalini, your voice is audible, but your video is off. We would rather...
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's fine now.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Today I'm going to present my paper entitled Identity in Fourth World Literature through Teej Songs of Nepal. First of all, what is Fourth World Literature? Is that unfolds itself in the form of narratives, memoir, novels, coming out stories, and autobiographies. Is nothing but a collection of the expression, views, and experience of all those marginalized sections of the society which were suppressed, exploited, and subjugated in the name of class, creed, color, and gender. So, in this poem, I will just like to read out the poem of Teej Song of Nepal. जुवामा जुतेको रक्सीमा भुलेको के काम लाग्यो स्वामी राजा बिए पढेको वर्ष दिनको तीजमा आमा लिन आउनुभयो पापिनी सासूले नजा भन्नुभयो वर्ष दिनको तीजमा दाजु लिन आउनुभयो पापिनी सासूले नजा भन्नुभयो घरमा रुन्छन् छोरा छोरी गोठामा भैँसी कराउने जता जान्छन् स्वामी राजा उतै हराउने मान्य डोन्ट डिस्टर्ब I'm so sorry. So Teej song in Nepali culture is special culture practice that allow women freedom to express their suppressed voices in the expression of wishes and rebellion. On the occasion of women are free to gather, sing, play music and dance. The story of happiness and suffering are narrated eloquently. The family cannot interpret them and their free expression. They can speak against the prevalent domination and subordination culturally imposed on women. They directly attack the weakness of the patriarchal socio-cultural structure, injustice, abuses, and ill treatment from the mother-in-law and other family members. I would like to quote Sangeeta Rayamaji. I quote, I see here Sangeeta Rayamaji saw in Teej song that the struggle of a woman trying to find a space for herself which she could call her own. I wanted to see how Teej song of how I'm so sorry how through Teej song a woman heard out of her little nest and began to sing her little song, which for once she can call her own. In the space of Teej song, women who Rayamaji also believes become vibrantly active agents as they themselves sing and dance, narrating their stories of domination and subordination. They become the subject of their own representation. They create their text of their expression and wave their cries, agonies for their identity. They create the oral folk texts and involve themselves in cultural practices of singing and dancing and narrate their own stories so autonomously that everything inside them come to be revealed and the boundaries of prevailing norms and value get ruptured for the time being. Women themselves become their writers, singer, and text creator and represent themselves within the practice of showing their skill and artistic creativity activities. Um, in her own representation, ironically, she became the author of the subjectivity because in the song Ritual and Dance, her identity became the theme and she became the author of his oral and exclusive drama. Here we can also trace, however, some of the patriarchal hegemony, like the married ones goes on fasting for the longer life of her husband, and the unmarried goes for the future husband without drinking a single drop of water for 24 hours. But according to song, spirits of rebellion, the song may not be limited, but every time this song may not be limited, but every time the song performed they acquire a new power as the women's suffering is continuum. To her, every year women sing standing by the roadside with their friends. They are declaring their liberation, narrating their folk ballads and folk epics. Women are transforming themselves into more rebellion. The Steed song are the cultural performance of women on the special day are in the word of Rayamaji, combination of pain, rebellion and desire for being treated as equal as human beings. She also argued that women come out on this day singing and have made a tactic agreement that the men folk and say to their men that I quote, it's for you. You see that I'm on fasting and singing you silly, unquote. But in her words, when women are on their own autonomous domain, they sing out this power of pain and declare the rebellion. At this process of representation, a woman identity is in the word of Rayamaji again. So there is no doubt that the subaltern character can speak from the different corner of the world within oral folk tradition and cultural practices. The main problematic is how they speak and represent themselves. There are some other occasions like beside teas, like Jatra, Gai Jatra, where women's songs include satirical songs, riddles, proverbs, and idioms in which irony, humor, and satire are used against everyone by rupturing the rigid limitation. They are more autonomous space in the oral tradition and cultural practices like Tej songs, that the Tej festival. For instances, a few texts of Tej which I have earlier discussed, which I have earlier read, and I'm going to analyze that text. That in that text, the mother-in-law doesn't give her the permission. Sorry, this song is the lamentation of daughter-in-law, where the women has been subordinated and dominated by the husband and mother-in-law in a typical manner. With the typical Nepali culture, the husband is educated, but his education has no use. That the BA padeko, that the Swami Raja ke bhayo ke extremely sorry. वर्ष दिनको तीजमा पापिनी सासु लिन आउनुभयो वर्ष दिनको तीजमा पापिनी सासु नजा भन्नुभयो जुवामा के काम लाग्यो स्वामी राजा बिहे पढेको. That the second line which I'm going to narrate is that he has abused himself by over drinking and gambling. The mother-in-law is not cooperative. The daughter-in-law has to speak out of her agony on the occasion of teas. She gave a space in the Tea song text to express her suppressed and depressed desire or sufferings. Through this song, she has the power to protest against the oppressors. The protest against the husband and mother-in-law is rather direct and strong here. That the Jua Juteko Raksima Bhuleko. This is so-called the inferior, uneducated wife question, that the very value of her husband education of the BA degree, he is devoted to gambling. He faced
is puffed up over drinking. He is unconcerned about the household responsibilities. He kills time by making himself busy in nonsense activities. Instead of utilizing his qualification, he spoils himself by drinking alcohol and gambling. He is not aware of his health. She has to do all the domestic work as well as the household work. When her mother or brother comes to take her parents home to celebrate the peace for most probably 2.5 days, but the mother-in-law doesn't give her the permission. That this line this line says वर्ष दिनको तीजमा दाजु लिन आउनुभयो वर्ष दिनको तीजमा आमा लिन आउनुभयो but that the daughter-in-law doesn't give the permission, that the mother-in-law doesn't give the permission to the daughter-in-law, and she called her mother-in-law as a sinner and the husband as the abused one, despite the fact that he is educated. She represents the communal predicament of daughter-in-law with the patriarchal socio-cultural structure. She expressed the sense of rebellion eloquently by singing the peace songs. She expressed the bad intention of her husband and the mother-in-law publicly. These songs are not only the entertainment. Through women, they sing in public places and dance playing music. This is the best space for the women to stand more courageously and tell the narrative of their sufferings and suffocation. Their sufferings, expose their helplessness situation by singing a special culture offered to them only by the occasion of teas when they can sing, dance. The rigid social culture bounds to get ruptured when they sing eloquently. At that time, they become bold. They can create revolutionary space and sing the song of their sufferings. They resist against their oppressor by breaking the socio-culture created boundaries and limitation for the women or for daughter-in-law. In this above song, the daughter-in-law is not only expresses their tales of suffering, they also boldly go against the antagonist character and norms that are socio-culturally imposed on women. Rupturing all the boundaries of family, society, and ethical issues, they go against their oppressor, including the husband, mother-in-law, and the family member, and even their own parents who do not offer the daughter the opportunity of education and get them married earlier. And lastly, I would like to conclude is that this song is an example of oral text where the subaltern speaks more eloquently. Here, they speak against all the forces that play the consistent role of domination and subordination. As a wife and a daughter-in-law too, they have been deities and perform all the required rituals for the well-being of her husband and family. But at the same time, they also have to appear rebellious. During the course of the following, the socio-cultural ethics as the obedient agent, a compromise between the dominant value and the subaltern group of people is stuffed practically. A space is offered to a subaltern group of people from where they speak more eloquently. They speak breaking all the boundaries and through ambivalence narrative of sad tales. It is celebrated to worship God and their power. It is celebrated for the longer age and well-being of husband and his family. But the husband and the mother-in-law have been presented as female suffering and the liberation of women. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shalini, for the wonderful paper, throwing light on how through these songs, the marginalized sections of society, the women, are empowered. Thank you. Next, we have Between Slave and Servant, examining regimes of domestic labor in colonial colonial Calcutta, to be presented by Hiba Ahmed, PhD scholar, Center for Political Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Can anyone just confirm if I am properly audible? If I need to increase my volume or anything like that?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. So before I begin the textual part of my presentation, I have some photographs to show, and I need to see how I can do that, sir. So can I do that?
Yes, you've been made the co-host. You can, share your slides. You can present.
Okay, okay, sir. I'm sorry, I'm very, I've never really done this before. So regarding the screen sharing thing, is this visible, what I'm sharing on screen?
No, it is not visible yet. So you have to first, do you have the photographs in? Oh, no, it's visible.
Yeah, it's yes.
It's visible?
You have to take photographs.
Yeah, so what you can see on screen is a series of photographs that Charles Doyley, an ICS officer, had taken. Sorry, they're not photographs, they are watercolor paintings that he had made during his stint in India. And they are photographs of different aspects of colonial life. You have, there is a photograph here of, this is the photograph of the winter room in the artist's house at Patna. Is it visible, Sir Charles Doyley? The caption is of the photograph is given on the screen. Am I audible?
Yes, please go on. It's visible and audible, please.
Okay, so can you just, sir, when I ask, can you please?
Yeah, please. There were people typing it in the chat box. Yes, please.
Yeah, so
it's
this
visible.
is the window room on the artist's house at Patna, Sir Charles Doyley. If you can see the dimensions of the room which is on display here, and then contrast the lighting and the aesthetic display of the photograph as such, and then you have other paintings in this series. And this is now we come to the Indian occupational groups, which includes the servants who served in the British household. Now, this is a photograph of a Mussalman teacher. If you notice carefully at the lower half of the photo, right at the bottom, you have the caption, a Mussalman schoolmaster. So this is again one of the series of paintings in Doyley's collection. This is a painting of a Samporia or snake catcher. Now these are colonial words for occupational groups which existed then. Please bear in mind that. This is a bhisti or a water carrier, and he had a very significant role to play in places like colonial Calcutta. These are female attendants, and if you notice carefully, the figure sitting in the center of the photo is the Mem Sahib, or the white woman of the colonial household. And flanking her on either side are ayahs or female attendants who are obviously Indians. And this is a sais or a groomsman of horses. Again, a very significant role of in the British apparatus, in the colonial apparatus. And this is a pankha puller. Recent historiography has given us a lot of excellent literature on the pankha puller and the role that the pankha puller played in the colonial household. Now, these are just some visual depictions. Yeah. So these were just visual depictions which I wanted to share with my listeners so that they can get some idea of how the colonial authority, how the colonial archive imagined and depicted and saw the British, the colonized in the eyes of the colonizer. Now, it's historic, methodologically speaking, it is very difficult to write a history of slaves and of servants in the colonial state because, as you would know, as anybody can guess, that the slave is very marginal to colonial literature. He is, the figure of the slave is nearly absent, except in some accounts of court cases or litigation cases. And the three texts which I have chosen here are, I need to provide some context of why I chose these texts. So the texts which I have, which I want to share with my listeners here are, so one is Henry E. Bastide's work, Echoes from Old Calcutta, being chiefly reminiscences of the days of Warren Hastings, Francis, and MP. It is a work of 1888. Then the second work is H.E.A. Cotton's Calcutta Old and New, a historical and descriptive handbook to the city. It's a publication of 1907. And the third work is Kathleen Blackenden's Calcutta Past and Present, 1905. Now, the reason why I chose these three texts was that in any colonial account of Calcutta, of colonial Calcutta, these three works would be mentioned. And these three works are examples of how colonial writers, so Bastide, Cotton, Blackenden, all are British writers writing about the colonial presence in Bengal, especially with respect to Calcutta. So all of them have a very glorious view of what colonialism meant. In fact, Cotton uses this phrase, the glamour of imperialism, while writing about colonial Calcutta. Now, it's for us, you know, when we are talking about a hermeneutic reading of colonial texts, it's very interesting of how we receive and read texts in our present times, texts which belong to the late 19th century or the early 20th century, texts which were written by British writers to exalt and extol the virtues of empire. And when we see the figure of the servant or the slave, and how the figure of the servant or the slave features in each of these three texts. Now, before I can go into that, I will have to provide some kind of background about how Bastide, Cotton, and Blackenden, all these three writers, mind you, there are two male British writers and one female British writer, so that I wanted to have some kind of gender representation of women British writers writing about colonial Calcutta as well. So whenever they write about, what are the moments in which they write about Indians in their texts? So all of these three books begin with, the advent of modernity in Calcutta. And obviously, as we can guess, it was the capture of, it was the Battle of Plassey and the defeat of Siraj-ud-Daulah at the hands of Clive and Watson. So that is the first moment in which each of these colonial writers is writing about the colonized. Although, I mean, Siraj-ud-Daulah is not the colonized. He was one of the chief antagonists of the East India Company. But it's very interesting to know that whenever they write about Siraj-ud-Daulah, they always talk about Mohammedan tyranny and Muslim tyranny and the bravery of Clive and Hastings in bringing British rule to Calcutta. So there are detailed versions, detailed texts on each of these, in each of these texts about Siraj-ud-Daulah. And of course, the most prominent part of the narrative about Siraj-ud-Daulah is, of course, the Black Hole tragedy, which we now know is a pseudo-narrative by John Holwell. It was that pseudo-narrative was done to show that how the Europeans, how the British were brutalized by Siraj-ud-Daulah and his army, and to legitimize colonial rule in Calcutta. But moving on, Siraj-ud-Daulah is just the first instance of how these British writers are writing about the Indians. The second moment of featuring the Indian or the colonized is this figure called Maharaja Nanda Kumar. Now, Maharaja Nanda Kumar is called Nankumar, Nuncumar. It's a very typical anglicized way of writing about the Indian. Now, Maharaja Nanda Kumar was accused of bribery by Warren Hastings. Maharaja Nanda Kumar was a tax collector in certain parts of Bengal. But when he was accused of bribery, etc., the details are given in each of these three texts. Warren Hastings was the Governor General, and Elijah MP was the first Supreme Court judge. I'm sorry, I'll just let you know the exact. So Elijah MP was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Judicature at Fort William in Bengal. Now, it's very interesting to note the narrative in which Cotton and Bastide write about Nankumar. They don't write Nanda Kumar, they write Nankumar. So some colonial era historians like Henry Beveridge, they write that Nankumar, who was hanged on a charge of bribery by the government of Hastings and MP. He was hanged for a charge of bribery, and supposedly he was the first Indian who was hanged by the colonial government. So some historians like Henry Beveridge say that it was judicial murder, which was done by Warren Hastings and Elijah MP. So in my reading of Bastide and Cotton, what is very unmistakable is that they are offering an apologia for Warren Hastings and Elijah MP. It is obviously a colonial apologia for what clearly is legal and judicial injustice against this historical figure called Maharaja Nanda Kumar. And I'll quote a part of Bastide's work. Bastide writes Bastide is writing about the trial and the hanging of Nanda Kumar. And he is writing in a very, he's presenting a spectacle of how the Indians who witnessed the hanging, how they reacted to this example of British justice. So Bastide writes, any large city will vomit forth its riff-raff in thousands to enjoy an execution. Such people have no delicate sensibilities to the wounded. Morbid curiosity is their motive. So I don't need to point out the very typically colonial language of writing about Indians. So in brief, this was the second moment of writing about the colonized in authors like Bastide, Cotton, and Blackenden. They are writing about the otherness of the Indian response to British justice. They are not writing about the foreignness of the colonial law. They are not writing about how absurd it is to apply colonial law and to interpret it in the case against Maharaja Nanda Kumar, and to see whether it was judicial overkill, literally, to sentence him to capital punishment. Now, I'll come to the main part of my presentation. So how much time do I have left?
You have, say, about another 9 minutes. Sorry, six minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry this took so long because I had to place the text in context and also to give
no problem. Please continue, please.
Yeah. So when you see each of these texts and when you read about how the servant or the slave is mentioned in each of these texts, it's always in relation to the home and social life of the British authorities, of the colonial apparatus in Calcutta. And they write in a manner which typically evokes the racial way of writing, the racialized way of writing about the Indians, but also how how do I put it? The extreme asymmetry of power between the colonial household in which each of these servants was serving. And so I'll just read out a part of Echoes from Old Calcutta. This is a case, like I said at the beginning, it's when the colonial writers write about servants and slaves, it's only as stray references or as marginal presence in their accounts. So in his text, Echoes from Old Calcutta, Bastide writes about the servants who served in British colonial households. And the servant in the colonial household is always imagined as somebody who is, taking more money than he wants, who demands a wage which is very exorbitant, and who is lazy, and who does not fulfill his duties regularly. And so this is a part of his book in which he is writing about cases which the British levied against their servants because for non-functioning of their duties. So Captain Scott, there is a Captain Scott who complains against Bani Bab. These are again colonial terms for Indian names. For not complying with his promise to repair his carriage, ordered 10 slippers. I'm reading from Bastide's work. Ordered 10 slippers. It may be explained for readers not in India that blows with a slipper are considered in the East as adding insult to injury. Colonel Watson against Ram Singh as an impostor receiving pay as a carpenter when actually nothing more than a barber. Ordered 15 rattans and to be drummed through the Coolie Bazaar to Colonel Watson's gates. Now, what is a rattan? We will have to refer to another colonial text, a very famous colonial text known as the Hobson-Jobson's Dictionary, to get to know what a rattan is. Now, a rattan is a switch, basically something to switch or a cane that you hit someone with, and it was made with the stems of rattan plants, and that is why it's called a rattan. So by piecing together evidence from colonial texts or colonial directories and dictionaries, we get to know about the life of servitude that the servants in colonial era households were living. So that's the just two examples to show that there were litigious litigations against servants by the British authorities. I'm sorry, not litigations, but there were cases of corporal punishment. So another very startling example of how the British authorities were using traditional sources of Indian authority to bring these servants under their the regimen of obedience and authority is again shown in Bastid's book. I'll read out. So when a theft was committed in a household, it was usual to send for some wise man or religious man who assembled all the servants, and on their denying knowledge of the theft, each was sworn to this effect. The wise man then adopted this following procedure as like a religious detective. Some rice was half soaked and then dried in the sun, and was given into the hand of each of the assembled servants. At a signal, all were directed to put the rice into their mouths and to chew it, and then to spit it out with a piece of plantain leaf given for that purpose. All were warned that from the mouth of whoever had lied to the holy man, the rice would come forth not like milk, but quite dry and unaltered. The theory was that fear and excitement kept back the salivary flow necessary to mastication, an effect, however, just as likely to result in the case of those nervous and innocent as that in the consciously guilty. So this is a description that Bastide is giving about how, when there was a theft in a household, the householders, who are obviously British, the British householders, they took help of an Indian religious man to find out about who the guilty party was. Just one example of the everyday humiliations which Indian servants lived in the colonial household. I'll read out a part of Kathleen Blackenden's work to show.
Hiba, if you could please try and conclude a bit. If you can please try and conclude.
Sorry.
We're running out of time, please.
Right. So I don't have time to read out from either Kathleen Blackenden or Cotton's work, but then just to point out as a matter of curiosity that there is a list of many occupations which will seem very anachronistic to us today. For example, is a hookah bardar, somebody who literally carries a hookah in gatherings or social life in the British household. So like the hookah bardar, there are many other occupations, or the pankha puller, or the palanquin bearers. Each of these occupational groups who served as servants in the British household lived under a regime of debt bondage. And that is where you have the connection of slaves and servants. Was there any opportunity for them to escape this regimen of serving as a servant in the colonial household? Very little. And therefore you have scholars like Tanika Sarkar and Indrani Chatterjee, when they write, and Nitin Verma in a very recently published essay, he writes that there is a continuum between the slave and the servant who lived and worked under regimes of extreme brutality and humiliation in British households. I wish I had more time so I could have enumerated the different occupational groups, and it would have seemed so bizarre that these servants were actually needed by a colonial era household. And having done that, we could have imagined the utter foreignness of the colonial household. But since I don't have time, I would recommend my listeners to read these texts themselves. As somebody from Calcutta, it was very interesting to read these texts myself and to see and to get a glimpse of the colonial presence in Calcutta. So I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Hiba, for the wonderful presentation. Very nicely presented indeed. Right. So since we are running out of time, I would request if we have any questions to please make it very quick. We will take only a couple of questions if there are any. Do we have any questions?
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but Heba, could you please stop sharing the screen?
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
fine, it's fine. Just stop. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just technologically challenged that way.
Absolutely fine.
I had a question for Professor Nilanjan, if he's around. Yeah. Sir, you mentioned that the slaves on the ship, you referred to them as some kind of as a putative imagined community, and you quoted Professor Benedict Anderson here. But the Andersonian imagined community arose in very specific conditions of print capitalism and in the context of emerging nationalism in states. So I was just unsure of where you drew the connection. So if you could explain that. Thanks.
Yeah, so keeping my video off because of the connection problems. That's a very good question. So since you mentioned this, that Benedict Anderson actually was talking about, imagined communities on the specific context of American capitalism. And I was also talking about the fact that how colonialism itself is a very capitalist phenomenon. So therefore, the very fact that the slaves were getting transported to Malaysia to be taken there for making them work in the opium factories is itself a colonial as well as a capitalist project. So therefore, the imagined community that is being produced by Amitav Ghosh in that particular ship is a production of the capitalist desire for making these people work, for expanding the British economic footprint in China by selling opium to that country. So therein lies the connection between the capitalism and the imagined community inside the ship.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, this is Rima here. I have a question for Shamaila. With the permission of the chair, could I please ask it to her?
Yes, please.
Shamaila, are you there? Shamaila, are you there? Shamaila, could you please unmute and respond whether you are there or not?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, okay. Can you hear me, ma'am? Shamaila, ma'am, can you hear me? Yeah, I guess she can. So actually my question was that she talked about Brick Lane and Monica Ali's Brick Lane and how the patriarchal society kind of subjugated Nazreen from kind of evolving as a self-resilient individual. But the novel actually traces the trajectory of Nazneen's growth from being an oppressed housewife to somebody who is capable of taking her own decisions at the end when she decides to stay back in Brick Lane while her husband decides to go back. And she doesn't even require the help or support of any other person, Karim in this case, with whom she had earlier had an affair with. So what do you see? How do you see this transformation of Nazneen from a very, very, let's say, dependent housewife to a self-resilient and strong, if I can use that term, strong and independent woman who is able to take her own decisions? So how do you see this transformation? I mean, what are the factors? If you could, just tell us a few, that what are the factors or what leads to this drastic transformation from being somebody who doesn't take her decisions to being somebody who can't even walk in the streets of London on her own, to being somebody who is strong enough and who is confident enough to decide to stay back and take the responsibility of her own children, while her husband, the man who brought them all there, has decided to go back. So how do you see this transformation of Naseem? Shumaila, could you hear me?
I think she's having a connection problem on her side.
Yeah, I do. Me too. I also think.
Yes, because she has written in the chat box that she could not hear you and your voice is breaking. So I think there is this connection problem.
Can you now hear me, Shumaila? Can you still hear me? I think there's a network error at her end. I think there's a network error at her end.
Right. So do we have any other questions? Yes, I think there is some network issue. Right, if we can do something, we can, kind of type the question in the chat box if that is not a problem.
Yes, sure, I will do that.
Please, for her to respond if and when she's ready. In the meantime, do we have any other questions, any observation? Right. I have a small observation, in fact, if not a question, to put it, in their terms, to Professor Said. Your paper on Muslim minority discourse in Rakshanand's Jalil's "But You Don't Look Like a Muslim." How do you place this text, sir, in the current scenario? How do you place this text? How apt do you think this text is? How meaningful do you think this text is in the current scenario?
Sir, can you listen? Hello?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. You're audible.
Yeah. Sir, the text itself is, very important at present because, in the text, Rakshanda Jalil, takes a historical survey of how Muslims were integrated into the society. And as I mentioned, after the partition, the minority, this concept came into being as far as Muslims are concerned, minority Muslims. And Rakshanda Jalil again and again points out that even in Muslim society identifies very closely the culture, the custom, the tradition, the holy books of all the religions. In the same way, Rakshanda Jalil wants that, the Islamic culture or Muslims, people of other religions, particularly majority, they should know it. And Rakshanda Jalil tries to attempt at minority discourse. So this is minority discourse. The minority discourse wants that Muslims should get integrated into the mainstream, should not get isolated. And she not only addresses the majority, she looks into the Muslim society as well. And she tries to find out that, once upon a time when, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, he is considered as pioneer in the field of education. And he was at that time against the education of women, Muslim girls. So after his death, after 8 years of his death, the school for Muslim girls was open in Aligarh. And why he was against that also she narrates. So she refers Gautam Buddha, she refers Jesus Christ as Isa alayhi salam. She quotes, she quotes so many Urdu transliterations based on Bhagavad Gita, based on Ramayana. In this way, she wants to say that Muslims, always tried to be part of the culture of majority in India. So in the same way, there should not be any misunderstanding. There should not be any, misconceptions about Muslim culture, and Muslims should give chance to get integrated in the society, so that the things which are happening around us today, they should not take place. And if every part of Indian society develops, then only we can build a strong nation. Otherwise, a part will be left behind. So therefore, I have taken reference from Rabindranath Tagore and the very famous speech by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru as well. So, unless every tear from every eye from every Indian gets wiped out, and there should be happiness in their lives, no, to that point, up to that time, the work of nation building will go on. And this is what she wants to appeal to the majority, that Muslims should get a respectable place in the Indian society at present. This is what.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I have another question to, it's just an inquiry to Shalini about your paper on these folk songs. I was wondering if there is any documented body of literature, or is it only oral till date? Do we have these songs being passed on to generation orally, or we also have some coherent body of literature being, accumulated over these songs?
So actually, they are the oral folk text.
Do we still have this tradition of orally being transmitted, or now we have some kind of a project being undertaken to document?
They are not any changes. They are the same, the rituals and the tradition the same, the following.
Okay, right. And the song which you were referring to, the translation of this particular song has been done by somebody, some kind of a scholar, or is it just?
No, sir. It is in Nepali. This I have this narrated it in the English. So I can make the.
Okay, so it's a self-translation, right? Like, this is what I wanted to know.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's my self-translation.
Fine. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question for Hiba. If she could, ma'am, if you could respond to me. Are you there?
Sure, I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, this was this question since you mentioned about the palanquin bearers. In that poem, it's a very beautiful poem talking about wonderful scenario as the.
Is this a poem by Sarojini Naidu?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes. So in that poem, isn't there a kind of a romanticizing of the profession which these bearers are actually, they have? And what do you think? What do you think Sarojini Naidu is trying to do? Is she trying to romanticize the thing that they are doing? It's some kind of a very beautiful thing for them, or rather for the readers. How do you think the contemporary reader should have responded to that kind of a presentation of those palanquin bearers who are actually doing a very tough job, carrying, a very heavy load on their shoulders, but there is some kind of a romanticizing in that poem. So do you agree, or there is anything else you can add to that?
That's a very good question, and I'll just begin with an apology that since I'm not a student from literature, my readings, I have read that poem a long time ago and not recently, and I did not refer to that poem for my paper. But I think so I can put it this way, that in the colonial archive, each of these servants, each of these occupational categories, be it the palki bearer, be it the hookah badar, all of them are shown as serving the colonial household. Their perspective is not mentioned. Whether they are undergoing humiliation, what is their experience of work, how are their physical experiences of work, their mental experiences, nothing of that is mentioned at all in the colonial account. So what I would say is that the poem, Sarojini Naidu's poem, it shows a romanticized version, as you said, of the palki bearer, of the palanquin bearer, and that kind of reflects the figure of the servant, be it in the palki bearer, or be it the hookah badar, or anybody, or be it the bhisti, as seen from the perspective of the colonial state. Yes. What is the colonial perspective of it? What is the perspective of the colonized? That is not there in either in the texts which I read or in Sarojini Naidu's poem. I am saying this with a great deal of hesitancy because there would be experts on Sarojini Naidu's poems, I guess, on that part of Indian literature. So I say this with a little bit of hesitation, if there can be a post-colonial reading of Sarojini Naidu. But thank you for your question again, and I will definitely keep that in mind when I write my research. So thanks. Yeah.
No, you're welcome. You're most welcome. Nilanjan, sir, are you there? Dr. Ikram, is it like, am I taking too much of time?
No, it's okay. We can just conclude it with one or two questions, and that would be all.
Yes, so that is actually, this is my last question to Dr. Nilanjan. Dr. Nilanjan, are you there?
Yes, he's there. Please, you can continue with the question.
Is there? Yeah. So actually, this is not a question, just an observation. Your paper was really amazing. I was very much enchanted by it. So, is it some kind, would it be safe to rather come to this conclusion and say that, well, slavery is something, though how bad it might be, how questionable or problematic it might be, at the end of the day, it is something which kind of brought the entire community of people belonging to various categories together, and they could fight against a single enemy, which in this case was the British oppressor. So is it fair to say that slavery as an enterprise kind of brought the high and the low, the caste, the various people from various castes together, and they kind of joined hands to fight that single enemy together? So is it safe to put slavery in that way? Can we say it, or can we think in this line?
It's a very interesting question, actually. I was just wondering how to respond to this, because if a bad thing like let's not use the word bad, but if such a problematic enterprise like
problematic instead of bad,
if that has to bring about a notion of nationalism, then there is a problem. But let me sort of intervene over there and say that Amitav Ghosh's narrative is not about these people fighting a war of independence. It's absolutely not that. Their project is literally to move out of the oppression of the British, but not really as Indians who are seeking for their country's independence, but as individuals who want to move out of that structure of oppression. So it's not really a nationalist kind of a narrative that Amitav Ghosh is proposing or giving at all. There's no scope for that. But what he's giving is that these people, they really wanted to move out of that that very horrible circle of oppression, and they did that. At the middle of the in fact, in the second novel of the trilogy, they actually move out of the ship. Many of them actually move out of the ship, and some of them go to China, some of them move towards Malaysia, so that they can escape the oppression of the British. So it's basically individuals trying to move out of the oppression of the British, and they have already moved out of the oppression of the Indian society by escaping their native spaces as well. So it's basically individuals struggling to move out of the systems of oppression, really, rather than any nationalist discourse of independence. Thank you. It was a very good question, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your paper. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. Do you have any other question before we call it a day? Just one question if there is, or else we shall stop here. We've already exceeded a lot of time, but since the papers were so much interesting, I thought it was worth it.
Yes, you are true. You're absolutely right. And thank you for giving us so much of time of yours, your precious time. We understand how busy you might have been, and yet you were with us throughout. Thank you.
Right there then. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for attending the session. On behalf of Surendranath College, I would like to congratulate each and every one of you, the paper presenters, as well as the audience, for hearing out these wonderful papers. Yes.
And thank you so much also, Dr. Ikram, for accepting our invitation to chair this particular session. Thank you so much. We have all been nagging after you, sending you this, the letters, sending you these schedules. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Thank you so much again for sharing this wonderful session. And we hope to find you in later events of our college. And also thank you so much to all the paper presenters. you were truly great. And also, please be there tomorrow and day after tomorrow with us. Encourage all the other paper presenters in the next 5 panels to come. And also tomorrow we will meet you as per the scheduled timings are. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you for today. Good night.
Thank you and good evening. Yeah.
You all can leave.
Hello.
Yeah, Shudipto, yeah, we can request them to leave.
Okay.
Is the YouTube off?
Let me check.
Yes,
I guess the YouTube is off.
But it
Okay,
shows
why are
live
they-
here.
Ah.
Yeah.
Can we just get out of this place and just meet for 5 minutes?
Can I end this meeting?
Yes, end this
Yeah,
meeting
yeah,
and listen.
yeah.
Can we meet for just 5 minutes on Meet?